Is it time?
It is time for us to do what we have been doing, and that time is every day.
We'll know in a very short period of time, but it looks like it could be something that will be not good. Believe me, not good.
I see issue with that. And again, hey.
You're not going to be able to insult your way to the presidency. That's not going to happen.
I don't know who created Pokemon Go, but I'm trying to figure out how we get them to have Pokemon go to the polls.
I'm Ted Cruz, and my pronoun is kiss my ass.
So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time in terms of what we need to do to lay these wires, what we need to do to create these jobs.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him.
Not good. Believe me, not good.
Hello, dissidents. Welcome, one and all, to a Sunday evening edition of the Do Dissidents podcast. Keaton Weiss here with Russell Dibular, of course.
Hello.
How's everybody doing? Sorry for a bit of a delayed start. Just had a lot of materials to sort through on the way in this evening, but a great crowd in here to start things off. Just about 1,000 filing in over on YouTube, over 1,000 already. 667 in that Rumble chat. Great to see you all here this evening. It's been a couple days. Always feels like a while when we're off, but now we are back at it for another week. And so thanks, everybody, very much for being here tonight. It is Sunday night, so after the show, we will be, of course, going over to Rumble for our post-show Q&A. So make sure you find us over there.
Yes. Gotta be careful with those Coldplay concerts, man.
Yes.
They outed Jeffrey Epstein as still being alive.
That's right, exactly.
A lot of people say that.
Who knew?
Still alive.
Who knew?
Still ramming Trump.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Still
that
slamming
is
the big guy.
Bait in a while. That's the best meme bait in a while. And now, like in the age of AI, you could do a lot with that. So yeah, That was well done. I wish I had the credit for who did that, but it was off of TikTok, so I don't know. But whoever did that, shout out to you. Very clever. Funny stuff. All right. Why don't we jump right in, because we missed quite a lot while we were gone. We got a lot to get to this evening, as always. So let's pick up right where we left off, shall we? I believe this was, oops, sorry, that happened. That's why.
Before we start the show, I want to let you know something that I found out just last night.
Here? Is this playing tricks on us? What's going on? What's going on?
I told you it was getting buggy on me before.
Something screwy, because that should not be there. Then yeah, it is. It is a little glitchy.
I told you when I went to hit the pause, it like disappeared.
Yeah. So where is that video? There's that. Okay, so we got that. All right. So then where's my stuff? Okay, there it is. Boom. All right. Let's hope it cooperates. Let's hope it cooperates. All right, folks. So, like I said, we are going to pick up right where we left off, talking, of course, about the Epstein case. So this happened on July 17th. That was Thursday, 6:49 p.m., just a few hours after we went off the air. But this was big enough news that I think we should cover it. Exclusive, says the Wall Street Journal. For Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday, friends created a book of bawdy letters. One was from Donald Trump. So this is the exclusive article that they have here. Jeffrey Epstein's friends sent him bawdy letters for a 50th birthday. One from Trump, of course, with the thumbnail that we all know that's become famous now. It was Jeffrey Epstein's...
There once was a tween from Nantucket.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It was Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday, and Ghislaine Maxwell was preparing a special gift to mark the occasion. She turned to Epstein's family and friends. One of them was Donald Trump. Maxwell collected letters from Trump and dozens of Epstein's other associates for a 2003 birthday album, according to documents reviewed by the Wall Street Journal. Pages from the leather-bound album, assembled before Epstein was first arrested in 2006, are among the documents examined by Justice Department officials who investigated Epstein and Maxwell years ago, according to people who have reviewed the pages. It's unclear if any of the pages are part of the Trump administration's recent review. Well, you'd think they would be, right? I mean, you'd think this is kind of relevance, I might think. The letter bearing Trump's name... What do you get
the pedo who has everything?
Yeah, exactly, yes. The letter bearing Trump's name, which was reviewed by the Journal, is bawdy, like others in the album. It contains several lines of typewritten text framed by the outline of a naked woman, which appears to be hand-drawn with a heavy marker. A pair of small arcs denotes the woman's breasts, and the future president's signature is a squiggly Donald below her waist, mimicking pubic hair. Well, that's clever. See, he had a future as a cartoonist. The world would have been better off if he had chosen that path.
Should have gotten a gig at the New Yorker.
Exactly, could have been writer for the New Yorker. So it says others in the album were bawdy. So yeah, this seems like evidence to me. This seems like something that the Justice Department would want to review, but didn't want to tell anybody about. The letter concludes, "Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret." It isn't clear how the letter with Trump's signature was prepared. Inside the outline of the naked woman was a typewritten note styled as an imaginary conversation between Trump and Epstein, written in the third person. So the story goes like this. Voiceover. "There must be more to life than having everything," the note began. Then there's dialogue, like a short play. Donald says, "Yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is." Jeffrey says, "Nor will I, since I also know what it is." See, we have to perform this as part of the arts festival. We have to cast this.
It's like the Kryto.
Yeah, no, that would be a good play. The imaginary conversation between Trump and Epstein. Nor will I.
Who knew that Donald was so Socratic?
Exactly. Yes. "Since I always know what it is." Donald says, "We have certain things in common, Jeffrey." Jeffrey, "Yes, we do, come to think of it." Donald, "Enigmas never age. Have you noticed that?" Jeffrey says, "As a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you." Trump says, "A pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret." Yeah, that is pretty weird shit. That is pretty bizarre stuff.
Nothing to see there.
Well, that was the chud line on this immediately. They pounced on this. The only possible defense is, must be fake, sue the Wall Street Journal. So, Kate, I cannot wait until you are sued into oblivion. Zero journalistic integrity. Pitiful. P.T. Ward said, "Didn't even bother to say allegedly. Are you guys trying to get sued?" Paul A. Sapula, whatever his name is, "You're going to be sued into bankruptcy." Even the Hodge twins, who had been breaking with Trump on Iran and Epstein, says, "No, not buying this bullshit." Bella says Donald Trump will be suing the Wall Street Journal, News Corp, and Mr. Murdoch shortly. And, of course, Gunther Eagleman. Bye-bye, Wall Street Journal. You're done. Now, based on what? Like, what makes you think they must have been lying? Certainly, it's possible. There are a lot of things that are possible when it comes to this case, which I'll get into in a few minutes. But, to have the knee-jerk reaction that this must be made up, that is a take only informed by rank partisanship. And you could bet these guys are all praying to God that this is a fake. But I don't buy that.
Yeah, I mean, for these guys, it's their business. They're watching their business go up in smoke, because this is the kind of thing, once you concede that is real, you can never defend Trump again on anything. They just can't. Right. They just cannot admit that that's real.
Exactly. No, they have to just double and triple down no matter what on this being a fake story. So Ken Klippenstein, and this is from the article. They screenshotted a lot of the article here. Trump sent Jeffrey Epstein a birthday card, blah, blah, blah. Trump denies this ever happened, saying, "I never wrote a picture in my life." So this is the passage from the article. So apparently the Journal did reach out to Trump in advance of this being published. That's how he knew it was going to be published. It's probably why they were ready for it when it dropped, pouncing on it, saying it's a fake, I'm going to sue you, blah, blah, blah. So the passage in the article goes, in an interview with the Journal on Tuesday evening, Trump denied writing the letter or drawing the picture. "This is not me. This is a fake thing. It's a fake Wall Street Journal story," he said. "I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of women," he said. "It's not my language. It's not My words. Fucking Mark Twain over here all of a sudden. Judd Legum says Trump told the Wall Street Journal that it was impossible he wrote a 2003 birthday message to Epstein, which featured a body drawing of a woman, because, quote, I never wrote a picture in my life. This is a lie. In 2005, Trump drew a picture of the New York City skyline for a charity auction. It was resold in 2017 for $30,000.
And what's really weird is he put pubic hair on the buildings.
The buildings look like dicks. They look very foul.
They look like dicks, and then he did his signature with the pubic hair.
Yeah, that's right. He's got the tips on all the buildings too. Half the buildings have the tips on, have the dick tips. Franklin Leonard says, I never wrote a picture of my life. Notably, this is Donald Trump, heavy marker drawn doodle, which sold at auction in 2019, dated 2004. Epstein's 50th was in 2003. Of course, I never wrote a picture of my life. Donald J. Trump. A lot of pictures there. Now, these are all of the New York City skyline. Makes sense. He wouldn't draw a picture of the skyline for Jeffrey Epstein's birthday card, according to the reporting. Yeah. His was not the only lewd entry, right? Not only did he draw these doodles, not only did he write these pictures, quote unquote, finally, from Trump's book in 2008, Never Give Up, a doodle by Trump, not just a doodle, but an explanation of the context for these doodles. So sometimes being a giver will open you up to new talents. Each year, I donate an autographed doodle to the Doodle for Hunger auction at Tavern on the Green. It's a great event, and contributors have included Sting, Muhammad Ali, Larry King, Al Pacino, Billy Joel, blah, 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 list of celebrities. So not only has he wrote pictures, but he has wrote pictures for charitable causes, right? He draws pictures to give away, right? Which tracks with the nature of the Epstein doodle, right? A little commemorative drawing. So, of course, he pounces on this. The Wall Street Journal and Rupert Murdoch personally were warned directly by President Donald J. Trump that the supposed letter they printed by President Trump to Epstein was a fake, because they interviewed him for the piece, so he knew it was coming. And so he asked them not to run it. And if they print it, they will be sued. Mr. Murdoch stated that he would take care of it, but obviously did not have the power to do so. The editor of the Wall Street Journal, Emma Tucker, was told directly by Carolyn Levitt and by President Trump that the letter was a fake, but Emma Tucker didn't want to hear that. Instead, they are going with a false, malicious, and defamatory story anyway. President Trump will be suing the Wall Street Journal, News Corp, and Mr. Murdoch shortly. We don't have to read the rest of that. It's quite long. And, of course,
Emma Tucker went on to claim she doesn't believe anything Carolyn Levitt says because her nose and her jawline are fake.
Yeah, right. Exactly. So they did end up suing the Wall Street Journal, actually, for $10 billion. That's right. $10 billion was
Did he put his pinky at the corner of his mouth when he said it?
$10 billion is what they sued the Wall Street Journal for. Exactly. Yeah, no, so that was quite the large amount that they ended up pursuing from the Wall Street Journal. And we will see what happens, of course, in discovery. That'll be pretty interesting. You'll get an idea of what evidence is real and what is not. But here is a journalist I trust for everything, Michael Smerconish, legendary journalist, Michael Smerconish from CNN. This is his take on this.
I think went on here. I'll just cut to the chase. I think somebody leaked this birthday book to the Wall Street Journal with conditions. And by the way, we should find out who that leaker was if they're in the government. Whatever you may think of Trump, whoever may have leaked information that's in a DOJ file, we can't have that. But my theory is they go to the Journal and they say, hey, I'm going to show you this.
That's some journalism there.
Yeah.
No more whistleblowers, no more leakers.
Yeah, exactly.
We don't want sources on this side of the desk.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Copy. You can't have it, but I'll show it to you. I'll authenticate it, and you can then run with it. And then the Journal has a decision to make. Are we going to print something without being able to actually show it to the public? And they decided that they would. I don't know that that was the right call. In fact, I think that it wasn't.
Okay. So what he's speculating there is that this was a leak from someone who had the Journal. They showed it to them. I'm assuming they did not allow them to take pictures of it. Maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. They did not print any photos. It did occur to me at the start of this, when this first came out, that, this could have been a Roger Stone type. Not that he did it, obviously. I'm not saying he did, but, he's a self-proclaimed dirty trickster. Could have been a setup where somebody at the DOJ said, you know what? Let's give the media something fake. They'll print it. We'll prove it's fake. They'll embarrass themselves, and that might be a way to flip the script on this whole thing. Look, this is another media witch hunt. I certainly thought of that. However, it's also very, very possible, and I would argue much more likely, that it is real. That it is real. I have no reason to doubt that
well,
it's
and
real.
If they're claiming they got the whole book, there are going to be other people's letters in there.
That's the thing.
That's a bit elaborate for a hoax.
It's a big claim to make. It's a big claim to make if they can't back it up. And assuming that Trump follows through on this lawsuit, which is not an assumption insofar as he has said he's seeking $10 billion from the Wall Street Journal, which, of course, is an absurd amount. In a lawsuit, that all comes out. That all comes out. If that goes to trial, then that all becomes public evidence, and we shall see. But if I had to guess, I would say it's real. I would say it's real. And the thing I base that on more than anything else is the fact that Trump's first reaction to this was a lie. I don't write pictures. I never draw pictures in my life. It turns out,
no draw.
Yeah, turns out he's drawn quite a few pictures for similar type purposes, right? Draw a picture for charity. It's kind of like drawing a picture for a birthday card. Oh, it's something nice to do for somebody that doesn't cost me any money. I'll draw him a little picture, right? So yeah, if I had to guess, I would say that this is a real story, and there's nothing that MAGA world could do except insist that it's not, right? Like, what if it comes out that this is a real story? How do they then explain that? I guess the same way they explain all the other videos of him, sexualizing his own daughter and bragging about getting to go into the changing room at beauty pageants and things like that. Like I said, that was all stuff that they were able to compartmentalize as, yeah, these are his personal failings, but there's this big anti-deep state mission, so we separate them out. The problem with the Epstein case is the personal failings and the war against the deep state collide, right? Because if you're in on the pedo ring, just to put it bluntly, then that is both a personal failing and a betrayal of your anti-deep state crusade. So there's nothing that MAGA could do except cross their fingers and pray that this is fake, which at the moment, I don't think there's any good reason to believe that it is. It might be. We haven't seen it, but there's no reason to believe at this point that this is a fake story. None whatsoever.
Yeah, if they were going to make something up, would they go with a Socratic dialogue between Trump and Epstein? It's too weird a story. There are much easier, more plausible hoaxes they could have come up with to try to cast aspersions on him than that. Right. And again, if you had the fact pattern attached to any Democrat that you have attached to Donald Trump, you have people running around with justification talking about Ashley Biden's diary and all of this stuff. And we talked about it. Yeah, man, it's weird shit there. You got a guy on camera saying, yeah, if she were my daughter, I'd be dating her. What do we have in common? Yeah, well, sex. Yeah.
Yeah.
With his daughter sitting there. What if that were Joe Biden? What if that were Barack Obama? What if that were anyone not named Donald Trump? It's staring you in the face. Obviously, you can't prove anything. You know what? You can't prove anything about Bill Clinton as far as this goes either. But we know he was on that plane, 26 times, 27 times? Looks pretty funny. I don't think a lot of people who are jumping up to defend Trump look at that and say, well, that's circumstantial. I would say there's at least as much circumstantial evidence, more actually, to suggest that Trump was up to no good with Epstein. Why? You hung out with this notorious blackmailing sex criminal for 15 years and you didn't get honeypotted? Look, Trump doesn't, from what we know, Trump doesn't drink. He doesn't do drugs. This is his weakness. This is his weakness when you look at where there are things in his past that are very damaging to him. These kinds of claims, not drinking, not drugs, it's sex, it's treatment of women. You put it all together. Come on, man. It's very unlikely that he was not involved.
Yeah, there's also here where it says, where Donald says, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? I noticed some people on Twitter were pointing out that enigmas is an anagram for gamenes, which is like a young, slender, androgynous person, which you probably wouldn't put that in the book. You would put enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Of course, that is speculation, but there's a lot to speculate. This is a weird thing. This is a very, very weird thing to write in a book. So what if he did write this? If he wrote this, then are you going to give it up? Not you, Russell, but it's MAGA. Are you going to get, like, if it comes out that this is actually real, what's your next move past that? And like I said, at the moment, there's no reason to doubt that this is real. I don't think. We can't prove it yet, but they put their name on it. They knew they were going to get sued. They knew they were going to get sued if they ran this. Sued for a lot.
Right.
Do you think they would take this kind of chance? Right. You really think they'd take this kind of chance if they didn't have something? And now that, assuming this goes to court, assuming it doesn't get dropped, then that evidence will become public, and let's start the insanity, as they say.
Well, and he could be afraid enough of that book going public in court that he could drop it. He's such a degenerate liar, he could claim they settled out of court.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Like, you don't really know how it's going to end. But yeah, that does not look good. Believe me, not good. All right, let's go to the super chats. Michael Castillo, thanks for the $100. Let's get the cowbell on for Michael Castillo right away. And let's find Jenks sound drop. I don't know where it is on this thing now. We just redid our soundboard. Well, because StreamYard
we didn't
made us
redo it.
Yeah, StreamYard did it. They made us redo it. So yes. Michael Castillo says, good evening, gentlemen. I want to let you know that you did an amazing job covering for Jimmy last week. Well, thank you, Michael. You two are top notch. It's always prime time. Free Palestine. Misty Winston was great on Friday as well. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Michael. That's very kind of you to say, and a very kind donation. So thanks very much.
Blasphemy against you. Who the hell are you? Are you Jesus Christ, you loser?
There you go. Misty's hosting Jimmy tomorrow as well. Tomorrow's show as well. 6 p.m. Eastern. Chris McElroy, thanks for the $8.99 New Zealand dollars. Love the show. Greetings from New Zealand. Top tier analysis every week. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Keep in touch, Chris. I might need your help getting a visa. Yes.
Yeah, the night is young.
Yeah, exactly. French Laundry, thanks for the $9.99. Just unsubscribed from Tim Dillon's Patreon. I always knew he would sell out. Just sad to see it. Gaslighting us about the Epstein list. Release the files. Yeah, some people have been chirping about that.
Yeah,
what's
going on with that?
I even looked it up.
I've heard that
because,
too.
Yeah, I've heard that too, but I didn't see it. I looked it up on Twitter to see if I could find something. I couldn't find anything. But yeah, I don't know. What is the deal with that? I don't know.
Maybe he's in there.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Maybe he's in there. We're starting to think Taibbi's in there.
Yeah. Kuznetsky Bassane, Taibbi's not in there. It's a joke. Kuznetsky
It's a
Bassane,
joke.
thanks for the $4.99. Yes. One of the very best podcasts. Thank you, Kuznetsky Bassane. Appreciate that very much. Matrix, Sphincter Knucklebuster, thanks for the $4.99. Appreciate that very much. All right. Dedamod says 2 weeks ago you interrupted the show to read the Axios leak. I still don't understand what they were thinking it would accomplish. No, I don't understand what they were thinking it would accomplish. I think they were, look, the one interpretation is they figure we just passed the bill. We have some capital to burn, even though the bill wasn't that popular. We'll rip the Band-Aid off. We'll get this over with as far in advance of the midterms as we can. The other theory is that they did it to damage Trump because now that they got the bill passed, they don't really need him around anymore. They don't need him. Yeah.
So need him. A lot of reports that he smells bad.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a possibility as well.
We'll take the couch fucker over the diaper wearer.
Yeah, right, exactly. Strangers with Candy was amazing, and Colbert was a big part of that, but then he shook Kissinger's hand and helped him peddle his book, so fuck him vigorously, which he's dildo. Thank you, Killer.
Was he involved in Strangers with Candy?
I think he was. Yeah.
Is he on that?
I think he was, yes. We got 2,300 strong in the YouTube chat already, which is good for one of these. And we got Jake in the booth, so big shout out to Jake in the booth. Round of applause for him, please, in the chat. Thanks very much. All right, we will move right on along.
All right, so this week, Congress clawed back $9 billion in spending that Congress had already committed to. This is a little report about it on ABC News.
The heart of the rescissions package, $9 billion in spending cuts.
It's a small but important step toward fiscal sanity that we all should be able to agree is long overdue.
Republicans celebrating the clawing back of those funds, including about $8 billion in foreign aid they say was wasteful.
$2.2 million to reduce xenophobia towards Venezuelan migrants. $3 million for Iraqi Sesame Street.
Democrats, meanwhile, sounding alarm bells about Sesame Street in the United States and other educational programming for kids, as the bill also cuts more than $1 billion from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, which funds PBS and NPR, which supporters say are relied upon for information in emergencies.
In many remote areas, or if in states like Florida with hurricane season upon us, they rely on a series of public broadcasting to get alerts out.
I am not sure how NPR helps the public safety of our country, but I do know that NPR, unfortunately, has become really just a propaganda voice for the left.
Senator Lisa Murkowski, one of the two Republicans who voted no, also raised concerns that just like the big beautiful bill, this legislation was more a wish from the White House than a creation by Congress.
What we're getting now is a direction from the White House and being told, this is the priority. We want you to execute on it. We'll be back with you with another round.
She and others also raising concerns about the lack of specifics about exactly what will be cut.
Americans will be talking about these cuts at their diners, at the grocery store, at dinner, at the park, because the cuts will be felt everywhere.
This is the first rescissions package that's passed the Senate in more than 30 years, but some warn it may become far more common. One Democratic senator warning the same method will be used when his party is back in charge.
When the old men gather with their bocce balls,
yeah,
this is going to be the main topic of conversation, I assure you. All right. My take on this is nuanced. As far as the foreign aid goes, it's hard to talk about it because it's not clear how they're directing it. A lot of us who have been screaming for years, some people decades, about how a lot of U.S. foreign aid was used as a front for intelligence operations from the Peace Corps to USAID, celebrated when the Trump administration came in and did this full frontal assault on foreign aid. At the same time, most people would agree, and Marco Rubio claimed that they were going to preserve the humanitarian parts of the program. Now, originally, this rescission bill was going to kill the AIDS prevention programs overseas. They backed off on that. That was $400 million in funding they decided not to touch.
Well, as Steve Bannon said, a lot of MAGA has AIDS.
A lot of MAGA has AIDS, and a lot of them get it overseas. They travel overseas. They come back with the AIDS.
Yeah.
Matt Walsh. On that, Matt Walsh put out really just mind-numbingly stupid tweet saying, "Why should I care about prevention of sexually transmitted diseases in a foreign country?" Apparently, Matt Walsh thinks he lives in 1140 AD, where if it's over there, it's not going to come to you over here. We don't have diseases don't spread worldwide. We didn't just experience that very recently. Whatever you think about the origins of it, certainly we had a pandemic, right?
Certainly came from over there.
Came from over there, exactly. And I'm sure Matt Walsh believes that, so I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. But hey, what they're talking about is real. Gray Zone did a great article. We covered it about how they were funding transgender dance companies in Bangladesh, with the theory being that this was a good way to destabilize the government to create this kind of gender confusion, to which I would answer, well, that's simply more proof that that movement in the West was never organic. If the intelligence agencies are behind it there, I would suspect they're behind it here. But on the other side of it, as many people have said would happen, they're denying it, but it's pretty clear from Doge cuts, destabilizing and eliminating staff and creating a lot of confusion. We have $800,000 in food that we're lighting on fire, literally. Trump administration is about to incinerate 500 tons of emergency food. These are biscuits that have a lot of nutrients and calories. You send them to places where it's an emergency need, so you can give people a lot of calories and sustenance in this little biscuit. It's specially designed to do that. And with all of the confusion, with all the funding cuts, with all the staffing cuts, they never got this food out the door, and now it's expired and it's going to waste. So with this crew, do we really believe that it's only going to be this getting defunded and it's not going to cost lives and health for a lot of people around the world who are supposed to be getting this? If history is any guide, I would say it's going to be both, and probably more of this and less of that. We shall see. In fact, Susan Collins pointed out they don't even know what these cuts are directed at. Senate Appropriations Chair Susan Collins specifically singled out a proposed $2.5 billion in cuts to the development assistance account. She noted in a statement that the account, quote, covers everything from basic education to water and sanitation to food security, but said lawmakers still lacked key details as to how those programs would be affected. When you have that kind of a lack of transparency, I think you can assume they're going to cut things that would be deeply unpopular if they were to tell you what they're actually doing. Now, getting to NPR and PBS, where the facts are a little more clear, the idea that NPR has for years been anything other than the worst of elite white liberal ideology is absolutely absurd. Case in point, their CEO, Catherine Marr, is like something that AI made up to help Republicans win elections. Here she is on CNN addressing the accusations.
Republicans who argue the funding is a waste of taxpayer dollars and consider your outlet to be a biased propaganda machine.
Well, I would take those two things apart. Number one, 70% of all funding goes directly to local stations. NPR receives 1% to 2% of national funding on an annual basis. We're talking $3 million, $5 million. It's not much. I think, unfortunately, this is cutting off their constituents' noses to spite NPR's face. It doesn't help anyone to take this funding away. As far as the accusations that we're biased, I would stand up and say, please show me a story that concerns you, because we want to know and we want to bring that conversation back to our newsroom. We believe that as a public broadcaster, we do have an obligation to serve all Americans, and we need to make sure that our coverage reflects the interests and perspective, and we hear from Americans across the political spectrum. That's important to us, and we want to make sure we live up to that.
We'd like to be able to circle back with you on it.
Okay, just briefly, I've told this story before. So I had a friend who really didn't know anything about politics, and like a lot of people, she got into politics after 2016. And for whatever reason, I think with encouragement from her husband, she decided that NPR was going to be her main source of information. And she came out the other side of that, her understanding of politics, a vicious Hillbot, anti-Sanders, anti-left person. That was like a perfect tabula rasa experiment to me of what NPR was peddling. That she was like a working person. She wasn't for money. Like there was no reason for her to have those beliefs. Understanding the world through NPR, that was how she understood it. Yeah, if you're trying to argue that NPR is for everybody, how do you make this person your CEO? How do you make that is your CEO? with the mask and the Biden hat out doing get out the vote for Joe Biden, literally. Here are some of our nuggets. Also, Donald Trump is a racist. Never underestimate the ability of white people to center ourselves. I do wish Hillary wouldn't use the language of boy and girl. It's a racing language for non-binary people. Okay, so just the absolute worst of ridiculous language game identity politics. And here, if you understand the language that these folks speak, this is a very typical postmodern construction where this head of National Public Radio is talking about what her view is of the obligation to tell the truth.
One of the most significant differences, critical for moving from polarization to productivity, is that the Wikipedians who write these articles aren't actually focused on finding the truth. They're working for something that's a little bit more attainable, which is the best of what we can know right now. And after 7 years there, I actually believe that they're onto something. That for our most tricky disagreements, seeking the truth and seeking to convince others of the truth isn't necessarily the best place to start. In fact, I think our reverence for the truth might have become a bit of a distraction that is preventing us from finding consensus and getting important things done.
Okay, that is the postmodern view in a nutshell. Truth is unknowable, and it can get in the way of making the world what it should be. Since truth is unknowable, you have no obligation to have a fealty to any particular set of facts because facts are unknowable. And this is how you wind up with articles about trans dinosaurs and such. That is the philosophy that underlies a lot of this. When you look at this and you say, how can these people with these advanced degrees get behind these ideas that are obviously insane? Well, because they're coming at it from this postmodern point of view that truth is unknowable. At that point, there are no guidelines. There's nothing to rein you in because whatever you say, I mean, it's as good as anything else, right?
Right.
So here's some nuggets from NPR. You might remember no one was more of a narrative enforcer during the virus than NPR was. A new poll finds 40% of respondents believe in a baseless conspiracy theory that the coronavirus was created in a lab in China. There is zero evidence for this. Scientists say the virus was transmitted to humans from another species. This was December 31st, 2020. How about the laptop? This was pretty infamous. They not only refused to cover it, they wrote a whole article about why they weren't covering it. Why haven't you seen any stories from NPR about the New York Post's Hunter Biden story? We don't want to waste our time on stories that are not really stories. And we don't want to waste the listeners' and readers' time on stories that are just pure distractions. What queer ducks can teach teenagers about sexuality in the animal kingdom? You really can't make this shit up.
That's the real story.
That's the real story here. NPR educated the nation on I remember this, whole community of genderqueer dinosaur enthusiasts and trans ceratops. Many people who are queer, whether they are trans or some other form of genderqueer or whatever it is, we love dinosaurs. Yeah, no. I can see why they had no fear that the Republicans would finally achieve their decades-long goal of defunding public radio with this kind of output. How on earth could you be putting out this kind? And these are not random. If you've followed NPR, these are not cherry-picked. This is very typical of NPR, what NPR has become. How can you argue that the public has an obligation to fund it? This is not news. This is propaganda for not a left ideology. It's a very specific upper crust, very white kind of an ideology, as we will see from their viewership. Now, you might remember Yuri Berliner, a self-described Volvo driving liberal, resigned after 25 years at NPR because of the ideological capture of the newsroom, which he says was not the way it was when he first joined NPR. A couple of excerpts from this. Back in 2011, although NPR's audience tilted a bit to the left, it still bore a resemblance to America at large. 26% of listeners describe themselves as conservative, 23% as middle of the road, and 37% as liberal. By 2023, the picture was completely different. Only 11% described themselves as very or somewhat conservative, 21% as middle of the road, and 67% of listeners said they were very or somewhat liberal. We weren't just losing conservatives, we were also losing moderates and traditional liberals, and I would say leftists. Now, say, well, you know, these conservatives are just uncomfortable because they're addressing issues of iniquity and injustice. Well, you would think that would be reflected in the audience then, right? Despite all the resources we devoted to building up our news audience among Blacks and Hispanics, the numbers have barely budged. In 2023, according to our demographic research, 6% of our news audience was Black, far short of the overall U.S. adult population, which is 14.4% Black. And Hispanics were only 7% compared to the overall Hispanic adult population, around 19%. Our news audience doesn't come close to reflecting America. It's overwhelmingly white and progressive, I would say liberal, and clustered around coastal cities and college towns. These are perilous times for news organizations. Last year, NPR laid off or bought out 10% of its staff and canceled 4 podcasts following a slump in advertising revenue. Our radio audience is dwindling, and our podcast downloads are down from 2020. The digital stories on our website rarely have national impact. They aren't conversation starters. Our competitive advantage in audio, where for years NPR had no peer, is vanishing. There are plenty of informative and entertaining podcasts to choose from. So what he's describing there, I would say, is a combination of a couple of elements. One of them is just that the world is changing, where people consume information is changing. What he's describing there, that there's been a collapse in their podcast downloads. He talks a little bit in the article about how there used to really be no place else you could go to hear people with different points of view really have an hour-long conversation. Now there are, really pioneered by Joe Rogan. There are a unbelievable amount of people who are doing these long-form debates, long-form interviews. There is, and really, when you look at what NPR has become ideologically, a lot of those sources are much better and much less filtered and much less screened for a particular ideological point of view. So who's it really serving? It is serving a community that does not have any lack of options. They certainly have the resources to fund, if they like this kind of shit, given that their audience is mostly, as you can hear from the demographic breakdown, wealthy white people. They can certainly fund NPR if that's what they want. I don't think when you look at those headlines, when you look at who the CEO is, when you look at what Yuri Berliner, liberal in good standing, describes his experience in the newsroom as, and that article is really worth checking out if you haven't, there's no rationale for the public funding that. There hasn't been for a very long time. With PBS, it's more complicated. They jump all over the fact that they produced a movie celebrating a transgender teen's changing gender identity. I mean, I don't have a problem with that kind of content if it's not the whole focus of your mission to the exclusion of all other things. And to that point, you can't really say PBS is completely captured by ideology in the way that NPR is when they let Newt and Callista Gingrich host a show about immigration. So I wouldn't say the bias at PBS. I mean, yeah, I guess it leans liberal in the sense of being very establishment. In terms of children's programming, all right, they did introduce the first gay couple in children's programming. They did try to help kids deal with the realities of substance abuse.
Yeah.
But really, where are they coming from ideologically? This sums it up. You know, David Brooks and was that Shields? Like, that's their idea of having a debate between the left and right. It's establishment. It's very establishment. It's not, it's that squishy uniparty thing that doesn't really have an ideology, that's very comfortable with George W. Bush and very comfortable with Joe Biden, and not very comfortable with anything outside of that bracket, right? Now, we do live in a world, going back to the changing landscape. I would wager, I haven't seen any numbers on this. You have kids, you might have more insight than I do. I would wager a lot more kids are watching Ms. Rachel these days than are watching Sesame Street.
That's probably true. That's probably true. I mean, it's probably true that YouTube has sort of dwarfed, PBS's audience.
Right. At the time that PBS was created, Johnson was president. It was a different country. It was a different world. Like, obviously, there was a very compelling need for that at the time. Is there now? Can you really make that argument? Like, I don't think there's as much of an ideological capture argument with PBS. There's definitely a why does the public need to fund this argument in a changing world. This is just a screenshot from my own YouTube of the history tab, right? I mean, I would argue, even though I subscribe to certain history programs, I probably watch more history on YouTube than anywhere else. Like, yeah, sure, man, you got your crackpots, but you have like some legitimate historians who go out and start a YouTube channel who do some very good work if you want to take the time to discover them. This stuff's all free. It's all free. So the argument, but that's not free. It is free. It is free. YouTube has millions and millions and millions of videos on every conceivable subject. I've been studying a lot of Bronze Age history and ancient civilizations. You got videos on the Hittites. You got videos on the Mitanni. Anything that you could think of, they have. Somebody did some research on it and put it online. I subscribe to the Great Courses. That's what, $10 a month. College level courses, lecture series on wide variety of subjects, thousands of things on there. Curiosity Stream, this is like $40 a year for Curiosity Stream. So even your argument for things like American Experience, I like American Experience. I think those documentaries are pretty good. I can't say they're doing anything that is not available widely in other places. So I must say the Republicans who are arguing it's not 1965 and there's no obvious need for this, I'm inclined to agree. The argument that these rural stations are something that people rely on for emergency alerts, I mean, really? Like, is that a lot of Republicans who govern rural areas or represent rural areas have said they don't know anybody who gets their information that way. Now, they could be lying, but I can't imagine in a world of cell phones that your local PBS station is more a source of, say, a tornado alert than your phone is. And even were that the case, well, the answer would be a better emergency alert system. It wouldn't be to maintain an entire infrastructure of public television and public radio that I think by any fair estimation has probably outlived its usefulness. And in the case of NPR, has completely undermined its credibility and any rationale for its existence.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to NPR, there's sort of the political argument that it's biased, right? Now, in terms of the local affiliates for NPR, I was always under the understanding that they didn't actually get money, that NPR just hosted them. Maybe I'm wrong about that. What she's saying is that they get most of the money.
Right.
I don't know what the truth is about that. I thought it was the other way around.
That matches the reporting that I saw.
Okay.
That most of the money does go back to these local stations.
Okay. As I understood, they were independently owned and operated, and NPR hosted their stuff. Maybe that's not true. That's fine. When it comes to PBS, yeah, I mean, is it 100% necessary? Maybe not, but there's a lot of government spending that's not 100% necessary. Obviously, I think it's still good to have something that exists not for profit. You know, these YouTube shows are free to watch on the consumer level, but they're still for-profit ventures. They are still commercial enterprises. I think there's something to be said for just public broadcasting, public children's entertainment, public documentaries, you know, that's not made, you know, by a for-profit commercial enterprise. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a need to fuck with PBS. I think obviously with NPR, there's just the political principled argument that, yeah, I mean, if you're going to do propaganda, you could do your own propaganda, especially when the people who consume that propaganda are wealthy enough to fund their own propaganda machine if they want. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What community are you serving?
Yeah, exactly. Like, what community are you serving? I mean, you talk about, like, what was the thing they talked about? All the centrist Democrats who didn't want to pay for free college. They complained it was a handout to the rich, which, of course, it's not. But, I mean, this is a handout to the NPR is a handout to the rich. I mean, the people who listen to NPR skew much wealthier. You know. Now, as for the local stations, I mean, it would suck if they get screwed over. I don't exactly know how that works, and that's unfortunate. But again, that is an unforced error on the part of NPR by presenting themselves in a way that, of course, is going to make them vulnerable to these kinds of attacks. You know, I'm all for, in principle, you know, national public broadcasting and radio, and you know, cities and municipalities that have public access TV shows and things like that. Like, I'm not opposed to that. But if you're going to do that, yeah, you can't be that in your face one-sided, because then there is just the philosophical and principled argument. Well, if you're going to do one-sided propaganda, that's the kind of thing you could do on your own.
Right. And it's you can't obligate the public to subsidize that.
Right. Exactly. Kuznetsky Bassane, thanks for the $4.99. Says one of the very best podcasts. Well, thank you, Kuznetsky Bassane.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Matrix says Sphincter Knucklebuster again. Thanks, Matrix. Habib, thanks for the $9.99. Habib says the starvation is real. People dying on camera of hunger. Please don't stop talking about Gaza. Yeah, no, it's horrible. I've been seeing stuff all day, past few days. Just absolutely horrible. Christian Fortin, thanks for the $10. We in Senegal saw someone in the chat say this: enigma equals gamine. Yeah, I mentioned that in the segment. In French, a gamine is a young girl. Remember, Ghislaine is French. So is Jean-Luc Brunel. You've got it. Congrats from Senegal. Thank you, Christian. Appreciate that very much. Michael Ewan says, have you heard that Microsoft has been using engineers based in China to support the U.S. Department of Defense's private cloud on Azure? No, I have not heard that. Thank you for that, though. It might be something for the week. The Judge, thanks for the $1 super sticker. Appreciate that. Abiding 71 says, AOC learned from Mama Bear how to play 5D chess. Trust the process. Buttigieg Cortez 28 Slay Queens. Thank you for that. Simpler times, we'd have sightings of Jesus in Toast, Virgin Mary, and Strip Club. So now we get 3-hour podcast dissecting Podesta art, satanic black magic. Sick shit. Thank you. Monkey Rotary says, you know what I like about high school girls? I keep getting older. They stay the same. That's from Family Guy. Purse. Thank you. EO Shush says, page 6,147 of Whitney Webb book. No matter how hard Epstein tried, J.D. Vance never took the jailbait, but in a meeting with Epstein, he noticed J.D.'s reaction when he saw movers bringing in a new couch. Ha, good one. EO Shush. Appreciate that.
Yeah, you ever see the decline of Western civilization, the metal years?
No. What is that? What's going on here? My wife is FaceTiming me. It must have been an accident. Sorry. My whole computer.
All right.
Yeah, no. My whole computer, because I get FaceTime calls to my laptop. And she just called me by accident. Or maybe that was Augie. Maybe that was a little guy. Oh, she says accident. No idea how that happened. All right, we're good. All right, let's move right on along. We got 2,600 strong now in the YouTube chat. Big crowd in here. In the year 2525. And we are at 845 likes. There we go. Beautiful. All right. Smash that like button, everybody. Smash that subscribe button over here on YouTube. 1,200 over on Rumble. Big crowd tonight. Thanks, everybody, very much for being here. All right, folks. This is a quick segment. We've kind of been waiting to see what the polling would look like post-Epstein files disaster. And here we get a very good idea, something that we predicted for a while. So first, I know whenever we do polling segments, we get a lot of people in the comments, some people in the live chat. You're still talking about the polling. Polling is fake. Polling was wrong. I can't believe you're still doing polling. Well, actually, polling in 2024 was actually not as off as a lot of people think that it was. Here's a list of the most accurate pollsters of the 2024 U.S. presidential election. Notice the top 10 pollsters had a maximum error of just 1.5 points, which is about half what the standard margin of error is on a poll. So a poll does not mean if a poll says it's going to be, Trump 49, Harris 46, that doesn't mean that's exactly what the result is going to be. The margin of error is 3 points, right? On either side, plus or minus 3 points. So it's actually a 6-point window, right? So the average error for the top 10 pollsters in 2024 was 1.5 at the low end and 0.3 for Atlas Intel. So Atlas Intel pretty much nailed it. They were far and away the most accurate pollster for not just the 2024 race, but the 2020 race as well. Most accurate pollsters, that was the overall popular vote. And here is the average polling error for the swing states and state polling. Once again, Atlas Intel, an error of less than 1 point. So they have been pretty much nailing it. Atlas Intel is the most accurate pollster of the U.S. presidential election, second time in a row. That's why their recent round of polling was as anticipated as it was. And you have here Trump's approval rating at a low for Atlas Intel. Do you approve or disapprove of the job Donald Trump is doing as president? 54.9 disapprove, just 44.3 approving. And as you can see, that is the widest gap between disapproval and approval of his second term. Now, when you ask them more, how do you evaluate Donald Trump's performance as president? 54% say poor or very poor. 36% say excellent or good, and then regular, meaning average, would be 9.1. So what they're doing is they're giving him the benefit of counting the regular votes as, yes, I approve of Trump. But if you look at anything resembling like affirmative, yes, I approve, that number is actually about 36%. We're making a good case for Donald Trump. How would you qualify President Trump's handling of the following issues? If you look at that, just about every single issue in the majority, terrible, not just poor, terrible is red, poor is
People
orange.
saying they've never seen anything like it.
So terrible, more than 50% on every single issue except defense. That's 47% terrible, 6% poor.
Oh, wow, the red.
But the red is the worst you can get. So that's terrible.
Wow.
Terrible everything.
It's over 50%.
On almost every single issue. Yeah.
Terrible.
Terrible, terrible, terrible. So as you can see, just across the board, really bad stuff. Are you in favor of or against the following proposals made by Donald Trump? And these are kind of surprising results. These are results that you would not necessarily expect here. So if you look at the individual questions here, what you'll see is eliminating DEI programs from the federal government. Strongly against, 52% to 43% strongly favor. Mass deportation of undocumented immigrants. 47 say strongly against to just 40 who are strongly for. Pressuring private firms and universities to end DEI, strongly against. So if you look at all of these issues, you're going to see some pretty surprising results. The only one where the polling is more or less even is on increasing U.S. fossil fuel production. More people approve of that than disapprove. Tariffs, as you could see, widely unpopular. Handling of Ukraine, widely unpopular. If you look at the bottom, resettlement of the Palestinians living in Gaza to neighboring countries, just 26% approve of that, to 60% disapprove. So polling on that, pretty horrible as well. In your opinion, what are the greatest challenges the United States faces today? Safeguarding democracy, number one, at 38.8, immigration at 37.5, and then inflation, economy, jobs, and healthcare are the next three. That makes sense because the Democrat base is going to be more riled up about saving democracy. The Republican base, they're obviously border hawks first, and then the independents are concerned with the dollars and cents. So that tracks. Nothing surprising there. This is obviously the approval rating again. Do you support or oppose each of the following immigration policies? So here's how, we did a segment last time about how he really shit the bed on immigration. Deporting undocumented immigrants with a criminal record. 78% support, only 11% oppose. So if that's what he was doing, he would have overwhelming support. And that's what we said at the beginning. If you execute your actual mandate, you will be okay. But of course, we knew that they weren't going to execute their actual mandate. They were going to take it much further. And as you get further on down the line here, arresting American politicians or judges who fail to cooperate with ICE operations, 54% oppose that. Deporting undocumented immigrants without a court hearing, 58% oppose that. Raids at workplaces, 58% oppose that. Prohibiting international students from coming in here and going to school, strongly opposed, 63%. And deporting undocumented immigrants to countries where they're not citizens, like CCOT, 65% opposed, just 25% in favor. So even on one of his stronger issues, the more you get into the weeds, the less he does. The less impressive his numbers are. Just about literally every member of the cabinet underwater. Do you have a positive or negative opinion on the following members of the Trump administration? Every single one, overwhelmingly negative. Howard Lutnick, the pig man, he's got 49% disapprove, 26% approve. A quarter of the people don't know who he is.
I was going to say it has to be that they don't know who Pigman is.
Well, yeah, 25% don't know. That's what the gray number is. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so now here's where you get a sense of the midterm polling, because we've been kind of anticipating, some new polling on this to see how things stand in terms of voting, because obviously the Democratic Party is at an all-time low in terms of their own popularity. So just because people are disaffected with Trump doesn't necessarily translate into a big win for the Democrats, but according to this poll, it does. And like I said, Atlas Intel was the most reputable of the polls by far for the last two cycles, with an error rate of less than 1 point. So if the midterm elections for the House of Representatives were held today, who would you be most likely to vote for? Democrats now with an 8.5-point lead on the generic ballot. That is quite impressive. And the more you look into these numbers, the more you see some really, really startling margins. So dead even among men, Democrat, Republican. Democrats open up now a 17-point gender gap, 57-40. Among suburbans, Democrats up 14. Those are where the swing districts are, in the suburbs. So that determines a lot. The rural voters are mostly in deep red districts. The urban voters are mostly in deep blue districts. So that doesn't affect the House as much. The suburbs are what count for the House. And you see a double-digit lead for Democrats there. Among independents, absolutely devastating for Republicans, 62-25 in favor of Democrats. And this is the really, really amazing number here. Amongst those who in 2024 either did not vote, don't remember who they voted for, or voted third party. So among people who did not vote duopoly in 2024, Democrats win 71-6 amongst people who voted third party or not at all in 2024. That is an unheard of margin. Normally, people who either vote third party or don't vote will answer they either don't know who they're going to vote for or they won't vote again. 19% say they don't know. 3% said they wouldn't vote. The fact that you have one party at 71% amongst traditional non-voters or third party voters, and the Republicans at 6%, that paints a pretty devastating picture. So coming off of the Epstein files, we expected that Trump's polling would be bad. We expected that this would be sort of a bottoming out for the Republicans in the polls. They still have, 16 months to try and right the ship. But those numbers are from Atlas Intel. Like I said, that's a polling outfit that has been the most accurate over the past 2 cycles with an error rate of less than 1 point. And that exceeds what I thought it would be. I expected he would hit a low in terms of polling and that the generic ballot would start to open up. But those numbers are absolutely crushing. Well underwater by double digits on every single issue. All of your cabinet is underwater. Democrats trouncing you in the generic ballot. A 17-point gender gap. 14 points down in the suburbs. That's about as bad as things can possibly look right now for the Republican Party with 16 months out. Now, look, the Democrats are the bad news bears. They are good at snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. It is certainly not beyond them to find a way to fuck it up, but it's going to take a lot at this point, because what did we say? What we said was the Democrats cannot make an affirmative case for themselves, which they can't. Their numbers in terms of approval are terrible. The Democrats have to hope that the Republicans blow this on their own, at which point Democrats win by default. It seems like we are on pace for that to happen, and for that to happen on a pretty epic scale. I mean, you're talking in the neighborhood of 40 to 50 seat losses if those numbers hold.
This is the freak show equivalent of the freak show that they replaced. People don't like freak shows. The Biden administration was a freak show. This is a freak show. It's just a different kind of freak show. That's what we were saying during the period after the election and before the inauguration, that you're just going to replace one bunch of freaks with another. And that's what it is. This is the result of the fact that we do not have a political system that represents the American people. Michael Moore has made this point many times effectively, and I think correctly. Americans are basically to the left. If you ask them about universal health care, if you ask them about unions, if you ask them about legalizing weed, they generally lean towards the left. So why don't you get those kinds of policies? Because our government is completely captured by oligarchs. We do not have a democracy. At that point, if you're not going to address people's real economic concerns, then you just wind up with elections that are freak versus freak elections. Which flavor of freak do you want in office? And increasingly, these freaks are becoming something so completely disconnected from the American public that whichever flavor of freak winds up running Washington, the American people are repulsed by them. And then they forget about what a bunch of freaks the other ones are. Right. And they run to those freaks. Right. As soon as those freaks get elevated, they run back to these freaks. This is what happens when you do not have a functioning democracy. The basic premise of democracy is the wisdom of crowds. And I actually believe that. I actually believe in the wisdom of crowds. The wisdom of crowds is thwarted by this level of corruption. Now, you are starting to see some non-freaks like John Ossoff. I never really had much thought about him one way or the other. I always took him as kind of vaguely Libby, one of those, right? I never really took him as being on the left, and I wouldn't take any Democrat as being on the left. I haven't changed my mind about that. But watching that clip that's gone viral of him now talking about how we have the most corrupt government in the Western world, you know, you wouldn't have heard them talking like this a few years ago. The question is, how much are they going to actually feel a need to pivot to what people are actually concerned about? And more importantly, does that go beyond rhetoric? Probably not. It's not the way to bet. But I think the fact that that clip went viral shows how much hunger there is for someone who's not a complete fucking freak to just address what people's real concerns actually are. Yes. This is part of, I think, why we missed the election, because we watched the Madison Square Garden rally and it was just obvious to us, well, these are a bunch of fucking freaks. But there are a bunch of freaks who were speaking to more people than Kamala. Those were also a bunch of freaks, right? The abortion issue was not as decisive. I mean, in my case, that definitely, I thought it was going to have more impact than it did. That was what surprised me about it. I thought freak versus freak. All right, well, the women vote in large numbers. They're going to tilt towards abortion, as they have in a lot of special elections. But no, they went for these freaks. The advantage that the Trump freaks do have is if you're the kind of freak that appeals to, they're giving you a pure heroin freak drug. If you're on the left, what the fuck are the Democrats giving you? They're not even giving you a fix of what you like.
No, but this is also why the midterms favor the out party, because the out party is really all it takes is dissatisfaction and distaste for the in party to generate turnout for the out party, because there's a defensive quality to it. All right, we just got to stop this runaway train of insanity, right? And that's why the out party in midterms tends to do well, because you really have the negative partisanship going for you. Because if people hate what's going on, even if they don't like the out party, they see the out party as at least a boulder they can throw on the train tracks to stop the train from moving any faster, right? So that, I think, is the advantage that they have. Yeah. In terms of the election, I just underestimated the extent to which America gave a shit. Like, I live in a purple suburb, and I've never seen a community more disengaged in the run-up to that election. I could count on two hands the number of lawn signs, bumper stickers, or like flags, nothing. Like, nothing. I saw maybe 5 Kamala signs and 5 Trump signs. That was it. It was like there was no election going on. I figured that kind of like subdued enthusiasm probably favors the incumbent, especially since Trump is, was at least posturing as such an outsider candidate, which he turned out not to be at all. Again, big surprise. But that was the extent to which I misjudged it. I assumed that America wasn't up for another fight. I assume they figure, oh, fuck it, we're too tired. Give us Kamala. Let us go to sleep. That's what I thought was going to happen. But these numbers...
I just thought women like abortion.
Yeah. Russell was like, I thought women really loved abortion. Yes. Mahmoud Ali, thanks for the $4.99. MAGA demand the release of the list on the condition that it only contains the names of Bill Clinton and Bill Gates only. Yes. They want theater, not truth. Yes, good point. CA, thanks for the 10 Canadian dollars. So thanks for recently covering Cuba. Thank you. Cuba is a very overlooked topic among the left. The Cuban school, ELAM, which has given many Americans a completely free medical education, could make a good segment. Yes, that could actually. I will look into that. All right, we got a couple of high rollers here coming up. Moomin Troll, thanks for the $200. Wow, what a generous donation.
Damn, yo.
Thank you, Moomin Troll. Appreciate that. Says, you guys are great because you criticize and compliment both sides and you have no allegiance to anything but the truth. To please encourage viewers to go into the opposite echo chambers and wake up people that still expect the corporate newsman to tell them what to think. Well, thank you. That's a very high compliment.
Thank
very
you.
Generous.
That's very
donation.
kind. Thank you.
Yes. So thank you very much for that, Moomin Truth. We appreciate it. Landrew coming in with 100. So let's have a cowbell and a sound drop for Landrew. Thank you, Landrew. Appreciate that very much. Landrew says, sadly now, even if food reaches Gaza, tens of thousands will still die. I saw a man die standing in line for food. Yeah, absolutely gutting. Free Palestine. Love you guys and the community you have built. Thank you, Landrew. Love you too, my friend. And we have two Israel segments coming up at the end of the night. They are saving those for the finale tonight, but we are covering that. Salamander Fry, thanks for the $10. Hey, you guys are all right. You're all right too, Salamander Fry. Thank you for that very much.
Here we go. They messed up our soundboard. Sorry, Landrew.
Landrew is dead.
Yeah, StreamYard was
They
interfering with
like
our soundboard.
rearranged where everything is.
Yeah. They do these updates every now and then. They think they're helping, but they're not, making it more confusing. PBS has a lot of garbage, says Ken and G. Ken Burns make documentaries that are propaganda, frontline timid when covering Israel.
Sure. I'm just saying the bias is not like NPR bias. It's like establishment lib kind of bias, which to me, like George Bush is that. Like,
you know that Mr. Rogers, he's a communist. He says everybody wants everybody to be his neighbor. Why should everybody be your neighbor? Yeah, what kind of stuff is that? Mark Puglisi says, when I was 13 in 1969, Channel 13 had a series called The Film Odyssey. Turned me on to Seven Samurai, Ivan the Terrible, Battleship Potemkin, and Sergei Eisenstein.
Oh, dude, I remember when I was a teenager, on the weekend, PBS would show like avant-garde experimental films, and there was no place you could see those things then, like short avant-garde films. Like, it served a purpose at one time, but now you could just go avant-garde film and you'll get your pick.
That's true. Right? You can find anything. China Shell says, gotta say, massive L-take from Russ on PBS. NPR can rot, I don't care. It was absolutely critical to my development as a child with very little TV or internet access in Section 8 housing. Keaton W. 1-0. Yeah, you should change your name to Keaton Shill, China. You're China Shill. You love me. You should become the Weiss Shill.
Yes, I think what you're describing, so there's this thing called time, and there are earlier points and later points. We're at a later point. Yes, it was very, of course, I was a child in the 70s. Of course, we watched Sesame Street. Different world, different time.
Fugazi fan says, for the $20. Thank you for that. Hi from Ireland. Hi, Fugazi fan. The Occupied Territories Bill covered doesn't include services, i.e. 70% of trade. Israeli war bonds traded from central bank here. Government is owned like all EU. I sent you an email. Thank you for that. That doesn't surprise me. And not only does it does it only cover trade, it only covers the West Bank. It's not really an anti-Israel boycott. It's an anti-illegal settlement boycott. So it's actually a lot milder than even a lot of the U.S. politicians with their hair on fire are making it out to be. But thank you for that. Appreciate it very much. All right, move right on along here. Colbert, canceled. Libs take another L. Kind of a mixed show tonight. We got some lib L's and some MAGA L's.
Yes, they wept. They wept openly in the streets upon the news that Stephen Colbert is canceled.
To start the show, I want to let you know something that I found out just last night. Next year will be our last season. The network will be ending The Late Show in May. And
shout out to Gen X Girl for the audio. She produced this.
Yeah, I share your feelings. It's not just the end of our show, but it's the end of The Late Show on CBS. I'm not being replaced. This is all just going away. And I do want to say, that the folks at CBS have been great partners. I'm so grateful to the Tiffany Network for giving me this chair and this beautiful theater to call home. And of course, I'm grateful to you, the audience, who have joined us. Every night, in here, out there, all around the world, Mr. and Mrs. America and all the ships at sea.
Okay, well, very, very bittersweet moment. Colbert announcing that he's going to be gone. Now, of course, the show was losing a lot of money, and this is another arena where the whole landscape has changed. All the late night shows are collapsing. And it's not just because their content is just this monoculture of Orange Man bad, Orange Man bad, Orange Man bad. The world has changed, man. People say that the young kids, they're going to sit there, oh, what's on the Tonight Show tonight? Like, it's a different world than the world in which Carson was the king of late night, right? So CBS says it's canceling Colbert over money, not politics. Is that truthiness? I think it's both, but we'll get into that. Executives stressed in the announcement that the cut was, quote, purely a financial decision against a challenging backdrop in late night. It is not related in any way to the show's performance, content, or other matters happening at Paramount, unquote. Is that the truth or merely truthy? There is good reason that CBS would need to offer that assurance. The network's parent company, Paramount, just this month settled a lawsuit from President Trump over the editing of a 60-minute interview with Kamala Harris for $16 million. At the same time, Paramount was hoping to close a multi-billion-dollar merger with the company Skydance, which required the approval of the Trump administration. Many legal experts said the deal was an unnecessary concession and a frivolous case. At minimum, it undermined one of TV journalism's most accomplished independent voices. They mean 60 Minutes, not Colbert. Some people called it a big fat bribe. Actually, those were Colbert's words in a blistering monologue a few days ago, which also mentioned speculation that CBS's future owners might try to rein him in. So let's hear some of that monologue.
Corporation, Paramount paid Donald Trump a $16 million settlement over his 60 Minutes lawsuit. As someone who has always been a proud employee of this network, I am offended. And I don't know if anything will ever repair my trust in this company. But just taking a stab at it, I'd say $16 million would help. This settlement. This settlement is for a nuisance lawsuit Trump filed claiming that 60 Minutes deceptively edited their interview with then-candidate Kamala Harris last fall. Paramount knows they could have easily fought it because, in their own words, the lawsuit was completely without merit. And keep in mind, Paramount produced Transformers: Rise of the Beast. They know completely without merit. Now, unlike
Now, when those are the jokes, you might not have to poke around so far to figure out why Colbert is getting canceled. Within that monologue, he's kind of demonstrating why they're not making any money.
Unlike the payoffs from ABC and Twitter, Paramount's settlement did not include an apology. Instead, that's good. Instead, the corporation released a statement where they said, "You may take our money, but you will never take our dignity. You may, however, purchase our dignity for the low, low price of $16 million. We need the cash."
I mean, I got to say, as somebody who did a complete 180 in his whole persona and ideological stance as soon as he got this gig, takes a lot of balls for him to talk about how cheap other people's morals are. As soon as he went over there, it's like he just completely lost his talent and he lost his point of view. It was a big shock for people who admired his old show where he was doing this great satire on a Bill O'Reilly kind of a figure, but he never shied away from poking fun at Democrats or pointing out the hypocrisy of Democrats. So it was very surprising. I think a lot of us, when we heard he was getting this gig, thought it was going to be great. Like it was going to be a more kind of political Letterman kind of a show. But yeah, man, again, very much like I'm sure the Venn diagram between Colbert's audience and the NPR audience is almost a perfect eclipse. So one person who was happy to hear this was Donald Trump. I absolutely love that Colbert got fired. His talent was even less than his ratings. I hear Jimmy Kimmel is next, has even less talent than Colbert. Greg Gutfeld is better than all of them combined, including the moron on NBC who ruined the once great Tonight Show. Now, listen, man, I wouldn't agree with him about Gutfeld, but I can't really argue with much else there. Yeah, they all suck. Carson, when you go back to those days, Jay Leno, they generally didn't, when they did politics, they kept it very kind of neutral, not very clear how they would vote. Light stuff. They understood that their niche was to appeal to a broad swath of the American public, and they didn't go to their shows to hear them rant about their politics. And that is an ideal that has been completely lost over the last 10 years. It's not the entire reason that late night's dying. It's definitely a part of it, that they lit half the audience on fire by just making their and I mean, on another level, it makes the shows very unpredictable, very predictable.
Right.
They're very boring. How many jokes about how bad Republicans, bad conservatives, bad Trump? How much of that? How many different shows are you going to watch that all have that point of view? Honestly, watching Jimmy stand up, if you've never seen Max Blumenthal do stand up, he's actually very good. You watch that and you say, this is what stand up would look like if they were willing to platform people who are talking about issues that are actually relevant from a point of view that's actually threatening to power. And I think that's part of what was so surprising about what Colbert turned into, because a lot of people thought that's what he would do with that kind of a platform, and it's been quite the opposite. CBS staff in turmoil over Trump shakedown after Stephen Colbert and Late Show are canceled. CBS staffers aren't buying the network's claims that the cancellation of Stephen Colbert's top-rated late night show was purely a financial decision, but rather a continuation of the Trump shakedown that began with parent company Paramount's settlement of the 60 Minutes lawsuit, according to multiple sources. Now, you keep hearing this, that Colbert was number one in his time slot, but that's like being the tallest midget. Like the whole late night business enterprise has collapsed and is a shadow of what it used to do in terms of numbers. So, yeah, I mean, he's number one. He's losing tens of millions of dollars for the network, so that's kind of irrelevant. Now, it's not just the CBS staffers who are skeptical. It's a lot of the media that are skeptical. So here's Jake Tapper expressing his skepticism.
Former CBS executive told me of this news, quote, "The timing seems so obvious and keeping with Paramount's quid pro quo theme. If it were just financial, why announce this now? Why not let Redbird announce it post-transaction and FCC blessing? Seems like a further tribute to me. Shameful." It is stunning what is being done by men and women who should know better, who do know better in boardrooms and on Capitol Hill, because the most powerful man in the world, a man who has achieved way beyond his wildest life dreams, seems shockingly pervious to criticism. Now, we may never know if CBS ending the Colbert Show was part of some secret deal cut between Paramount and Trump, or if it was just a freebie Paramount threw in, or if it was entirely unrelated and actually because of financial reasons, but Paramount is happy to let Trump think it is in the name of pleasing him. The fact that so much of corporate America is dedicated to fearing these presidential whims that could result in actual retribution should concern all of us, because trends like this don't stop with one president. They start with them. And a First Amendment protecting the free speech rights of comedians and journalists when they joke or cover powerful people, an amendment that our corporate masters will not fight for, that's ultimately just words on parchment.
Okay, hold that thought. We will get into that. All right, so Charlemagne the God also weighed in on this. Similar point of view to Jake Tapper's.
It is. Paramount is looking for FCC approval for its Skydance merger. Trump can block that if he wants to. So canceling Colbert is an obvious move to appease Donald Trump. And I need to tell y'all something. If you don't think we are under a regime with an authoritarian strategy, then you are bugging. This is textbook authoritarian rule. Target your critic, centralize power in a few hands, intimidate through punishment or removal. And you know what that usually does? Shuts people to F up. Okay, tightens control over public discourse, sends a message to all media outlets that criticism of Trump could cost you access, approval, editorial control, all your job. This is what authoritarian regimes do. They weaponize legal systems to punish dissent and control messaging. What happened with Paramount and Trump is intimidation tactics disguised as legitimate legal action. I thought this was the administration that didn't believe in censorship. I thought this was the administration that believed in free speech. They do until you criticize them. Paramount and CBS should be ashamed of themselves, and you can't trust anything you see on Paramount, CBS moving forward.
Okay, so yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with anything he said there. I don't even necessarily disagree with what Jake Tapper said. I think what his source told him is probably true. They were going to cancel Stephen Colbert's show, or the new owner, Skydance, would have canceled it because it's losing a lot of money. They decided to do it now in order to curry favor with Trump so that the merger would go through. I think that's probably the story. I think the timing probably has to do with the merger, but I think the show was on the way out either way. But what they're not going to address with typical liberal Democrat Party fluffer hypocrisy is the fact that Colbert in and of itself was a deeply partisan show, which, okay, yeah, that's covered under First Amendment. But you know what else is covered under First Amendment that I never heard these people get really upset about or cry any tears about? Tucker Carlson. I didn't hear them say anything when Tucker Carlson got pulled off the air, probably as part of a settlement of a lawsuit whose details he had nothing to do with. He was not the one who was speaking about the voting machines, but he wound up being kind of a sacrifice play for the network to get Dominion off their back. I didn't hear them speak up. Quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. There was quite a lot of celebrating about the fact that Tucker Carlson got taken off the air, including from a sitting congresswoman you might be familiar with.
People across the country. I also kind of feel like I'm like waiting for the cutscene at the end of a Marvel movie after all the credits have rolled, and then you see like the villain's like hand reemerge out to grip over like the end of a building or something. But deplatforming works, and it is important, and there you go. Good things can happen.
She thought that was great. She thought that was great, and that was not unique to her. There was definitely a certain schadenfreude throughout the media about Tucker Carlson losing his job because he was saying things that they did not like. He was interviewing people like Chairman Yeshitela, who we're going to be going out to meet in St. Louis over the summer. Nobody stood up for him. You know who else they didn't stand up for? Another peer they didn't stand up for? Matt Taibbi. You want to talk about an abuse of presidential power. The IRS visited his home the day that he testified in front of Congress. If you've ever seen that testimony, Plaskett and Wasserman Schmuck, just absolutely disgraceful in the way that they treated him. In fact, I'm not sure if it was this, I think it was after this testimony, that AOC floated that she thought he should be investigated for perjury after the Mehdi Hasan interview, where Mehdi Hasan really distorted his reporting. A president, this is Biden was president, sends the IRS. I mean, he didn't know what was going on, but in the end, he was the president. The IRS goes to a journalist's house the day they testify about a story that they broke, you guys didn't say a word. That's why I have the New York Post here, man. They didn't cover it. They didn't cover it outside of right-wing media. And of course, the right-wing media has its own problems. They would report this because it's embarrassing to a president they didn't like. This could happen now under this president, and you'd see it in the Washington Post. That's part of the problem. And you would not see it in the New York Post. How about this, man? This was pretty disgraceful. And yeah, the networks, the cable news, was definitely egging on the idea that Joe Rogan, at the height of COVID, needed to be taken off Spotify. They were really encouraging this and celebrating this artist boycott. They all went back to Spotify, by the way. Neil Young, Joni Mitchell, they all went crawling back. They all made this big show of how Joe Rogan needed to be taken off the air. Why? Because he was talking about COVID in a way that was wrong-think. They didn't say shit about that. Stephen Colbert, who is another Democrat Party fluffer, who is just absolutely mindless in his so-called comedy. This is what they're going to get upset about. Yeah, I think he was fired partly to curry favor with Trump, but I think that only has to do with the timing. Writers Guild demands an investigation into Stephen Colbert's Late Show cancellation, has significant concerns about bribery at Paramount. The Writers Guild of America called for Paramount to be investigated for bribery by the New York State Attorney General following Thursday's announcement that The Late Show with Stephen Colbert has been canceled. In the statement, the labor union says it has, quote, significant concerns that the move may have been intended to bribe President Donald Trump into sanctioning Paramount's pending acquisition by Skydance. Colbert is a frequent critic of Trump, having referred to Paramount's recent $16 million settlement with the president as a big fat bribe only 3 days before the cancellation, and the WGA noted that the company could be sacrificing free speech to curry favor with the Trump administration. Yeah, I mean, sure, but again, where were you guys for Tucker Carlson? Where are you guys for Joe Rogan? It's not right to try to boycott somebody who's questioning the administration on COVID. I didn't hear any of that from you guys. Elizabeth Warren, same deal. CBS canceled Colbert's show just 3 days after Colbert called out CBS parent company Paramount for its $16 million settlement with Trump, a deal that looks like bribery. America deserves to know if his show was canceled for political reasons. All right. And again, I mean, it's not that they're wrong per se. Although you would have a hard time arguing in front of a court or in front of an investigator that a show that was losing its parent company tens of millions of dollars was canceled only for political reasons. The timing was probably political, but you can't prove that. They're just putting on a show. It's just a red herring. And as we saw, it is just nakedly partisan. This is part of why these people have no moral authority with anyone outside the dwindling liberal bubble in which they live, and the dwindling number of people who still watch them. And it's the same people. The people who would watch Jake Tapper and take him seriously, it's the people who watch Colbert. We've seen how much ratings Colbert was able to generate off those people. We see what kind of ratings CNN is able to generate off these people. You kind of have a running theme tonight with the NPR, with the PBS, with the Colbert. Yeah, there's the political dimension, sure. The world is changing. It has long been predicted that these institutions are going to start to collapse. They only still exist out of inertia and for lack of imagination on the part of these parent companies of what they would do instead. There's no reason for CNN to exist or MSNBC to exist. I mean, or even Fox to exist. Fox is another one. It's the tallest midget. Still not great ratings because the audiences are what, 70 to dead? how
Right.
much longer can you keep that going? More and more of them are going to shuffle off this mortal coil. This whole complex of media is doomed, and you're going to see more and more of them disappearing into the ether. Like late night was inevitably going to start to disappear because it does not have some of these cable stations. It's kind of like Ned Beatty in Network, where he kept Howard Beale on the air even though it was losing money because he felt he was conveying an important message. A lot of this cable news, it serves propaganda purposes for their corporate owners, so they're willing to keep them going at a loss. The late night comedy thing just doesn't serve that purpose in such a transparent way that they're going to keep it on the air as a loss leader.
Well, yeah, I mean the whole space is completely different. You know, I think the politics may have given them an opportune time to make this move, but I think the reason they made the move is because they were going to do it at some point.
Right.
Anyway,
Exactly.
I mean, obviously these things are falling out of fashion. It used to be if you have a big movie coming out, you send the star on Letterman or Leno, and that's a big vehicle to promote the film. Now it's not, because they do interviews for online shows. You know, Variety puts an interview on their YouTube channel that does way better numbers than the Colbert Show.
Right.
Or the
Nobody's
Tonight
watching
Show.
that shit anymore.
Like, it just doesn't mean anything anymore. It's not appointment TV. It's not a reason to stay up at night. I mean, it just, the whole space is just completely meaningless. And yeah, in terms of Colbert, he's obviously awful. See, I never had high hopes for Colbert. I never knew what to think about Colbert when they gave him that spot. I thought it was an odd choice because as great as the Colbert Report was on the Comedy Central, he was playing a character on that show. That was like him doing Ali G. Like, that wasn't him. So when you put him on to be himself, it's a completely different dynamic, because you could be a very good satirist in character where you are literally in first person taking the piss out of Republicans and Democrats. But when you remove that conceit and it's just the person doing, you know, what is for the most part a down the middle talk show with a comedy monologue at the top, sure, but a talk show at the end of the day, yeah, it's a completely different animal. And so I always thought there was a chance this would be a little strange, and boy, was that an understatement. You know, and the reason he won't be missed on this show is for the same reason that we had to use the audio only, because if we were allowed to cover his show on YouTube, if they didn't hit the channels with copyright every time they covered them, then yeah, we could have gotten so much material out of Colbert. The Jon Stewart lab leak thing alone, that would have been would have been gold. So yeah, fuck him and forget him. Hopefully he does an online show. Hopefully he does what Tucker did, and he starts an online show where we can actually use his stuff, and we can make fun of him more.
It's going to do about as well as Don Lemon's online show's doing.
Yeah, exactly. That would be a silver lining for sure. Russell's Peasant Mind says, someday when I'm no longer a peasant, I will have a sound drop, and it will be, we're this close to destroying the global, or this close to destroying the globalists. That's right. We are updating our intro. We got the ball rolling on that this weekend. And by the way, our Uhuru documentary starts filming a month from Tuesday, a month from Wednesday. We arrive in St. Louis the 22nd. Our filming schedule is that last week of August. So that is getting close. We are excited about that. Christian Fortin says, and who thought that a country founded on genocide and slavery would turn out to be a freak show? Exactly. Daria says, next DD merch drop. I thought women love abortion. There you go. Yes, that would be a good one. Women heart abortion. That would be a good t-shirt. Kuznetsky was saying, meet the new freaks, same as the old freaks. Virtuoso says Hitler Elmo set up the defunding of PBS. That's right. Yeah, after Elmo.
Well, you know, I mean, a
on
lot
that
of
rant.
people are saying that Elmo Hitler rant was the last-ditch attempt to get them to continue funding PBS.
Right. Last-ditch attempt to get Trump back on their side.
Yep.
Important to note, local stations pay millions in fees to NPR for the right to broadcast content, like All Things Considered. So a lot of the money NPR distributes to local stations comes back to it.
Oh, so they just pay them.
I thought it was, I did not think that those local stations got funding the way she made it sound on that clip. Yeah, there was something fishy about that. Thank you for that. EO Shush says, I think the reason MAGA didn't think Trump or the Republicans were in the Epstein files is because if there's a sex scandal in the GOP, it always involves boys and a wrestling coach. Thank you. EO shush. Appreciate that very much.
That was a good one.
Kem and G says the good news is that Colbert can always get a job as Mike Johnson's double. There you go. Yes, that's true. Vito says, hey, Gen X Girl, welcome to the Cool Kids Club. Cancer sucks. You guys and girl rock. That's a $50 chat. Let's do a cowbell for Vito. Thanks for that, Vito. Appreciate that very much.
She's been doing a great job.
Yes, she has been doing very, very well. All right, folks, we're going to move right on along. All right, forgive us for this segment, folks. This is sort of an obligatory piece because it made such big news. But the DNI, Tulsi Gabbard, put out a bombshell series of tweets over the weekend. Americans will finally learn the truth about how in 2016, intelligence was politicized and weaponized by the most powerful people in the Obama administration to lay the groundwork for what was essentially a years-long coup against President real Donald Trump, subverting the will of the American people and undermining our democratic republic. Here's how. So she put out a whole thread, but the tweet that went super viral was this one. These documents detail a treasonous conspiracy by officials at the highest level of the Obama White House to subvert the will of the American people and try to usurp the president from fulfilling his mandates. And treasonous conspiracy was the big money quote there that a lot of outlets ran with. So here she is on Fox News. Tulsi discusses Barack Obama-era cabal of a treasonous conspiracy to take down Trump, claiming intel was manufactured to sell the Russia hoax and demanding the Department of Justice action against the elites behind it. So let's take a look. This is brief.
The evidence showed, the intelligence showed that, again, Russia did not have either the intent nor the capability to be able to impact the outcome of the United States election. So it was very striking when we look back again at the documents that I declassified and released that shows there was a shift in early December, the first week of December. Again, another document was produced by the intelligence community, a president's daily brief that was consistent with every other assessment that was done previously leading up to the election. Russia did not, this is after the election now, did not attempt to affect the outcome of the American election.
Okay, so let's dig into this a little bit. First of all, as Politico reports, Gabbard threatens prosecution against Obama administration officials for treasonous conspiracy. So she put out a 114-page report. Go ahead.
All right, we got to do it for the Tulsi stands. All right. So there you go, guys. We're meeting you halfway.
So Gabbard threatens prosecution against Obama administration officials for treasonous conspiracy, again, running with that quote. So she put out a 114-page report. She also put out a condensed version, an 11-page press release in sort of Twitter files fashion where she reproduces parts of documents and adds her commentary to them. So here it is, the summary, which of course we're going to use. Intelligence community suppression of intelligence showing Russian and criminal actors did not impact the 2016 presidential election via cyber attacks on infrastructure. Okay, so it's important to understand that there are two types of cyber interference that are going to be cited here. Cyber attacks on election infrastructure, i.e. fucking with the vote counting and things like that. And then cyber influence of the election, meaning, things like memes and trolling and bot farms and propaganda in order to sway public opinion. All right, so this is Tulsi's summary of her report. A DHS official tells former DNI James Clapper that there was no indication of a Russian threat to directly manipulate the actual vote count. So this document, we're working with CIA on a PDB, which is President's Daily Brief, submission on the threat. The thrust of the analysis is that there is no indication of a Russian threat to directly manipulate the actual vote count through cyber means. However, so that's the part she highlighted. The part she doesn't highlight here is, however, as seen in recent media reporting, any cyber activity directed against the election infrastructure is likely to have an effect on public confidence, even if the cyber operation is unsuccessful or not intended to impact the election. Furthermore, the FBI request for the whistleblower's pre-election assessment on alleged Russian election activity in an upcoming pre-election ICA, Intelligence Community Assessment, to be softened, given the FBI was uncomfortable implying that there was definitive information that Russia does intend to disrupt our election. So in the summertime, it seemed like the intel community was downplaying the extent to which Russia was attempting to and or having an impact on the election. Now, again, impact means two different things. There's impact in terms of, is it manipulating the vote and actually subverting the democratic process directly, or is it affecting public opinion in ways that we find to be improper? An ODNI and PDB official says that the upcoming President Daily Brief should make clear that Russia probably is not trying to influence the election by using cyber means to target election infrastructure. Several IC officials agree. So once again, Tulsi highlights here the part of this memo. Russia probably is not going to be able to influence the election by using cyber means to manipulate computer-enabled election infrastructure. Russia probably is using cyber means primarily to influence the election by stealing campaign party data and leaking select items, and it is also using public propaganda. This fits an historical pattern of Russia using less sophisticated propaganda and information operations to influence U.S. elections. So right there, they say they are not using cyber influence to actually hack the vote count, but they are using cyber influence, we think at least, to get data on campaigns and distribute propaganda. The lead author on the PDB agrees. We agree with Russia's probably not and will not trying to influence the election by using cyber means to manipulate computer-enabled election infrastructure. So you see already, you can get a picture of what Tulsi is doing here. What she's saying is that the intelligence community agreed in one voice that they were not using cyber influence on the 2016 race. And what she's doing is she is telling you that, or she's trying to paint a picture of an intelligence community that said no interference at all, when clearly they are making a distinction between two different kinds of interference: hacking votes and influencing public opinion. So on September 12th, the intelligence community publishes an intelligence community assessment on cyber threats to the election. The report finds foreign adversaries do not have and will probably not obtain the capabilities to successfully execute widespread and undetected cyber attacks on election infrastructure. Once again, they specify on election infrastructure. October 7, 2016, ODNI and DHS suppressed the above September intelligence findings in their press release that states with confidence the Russian government directed the DNC and DCCC hacks. Their statement omitted the fact that the FBI and NSA had low confidence in attributing the data leaks from these entities to Russia. Of course, she adds as a caveat, note, there is still supporting evidence indicating the Russian government directed hacking of the DNC and DCCC. Now, after the election, so that was in the run-up to the November election. After the election, Trump has won. Now we're in the lame duck period. The intelligence community is working on a new President's Daily Brief examining the potential impact of cyber hacks on the election results. DNI Clapper's office develops talking points based on the PDB's finding. Again, he echoes what we heard in September. Foreign adversaries did not use cyber attacks on election infrastructure to alter the U.S. presidential election outcome. We have no evidence of cyber manipulation of election infrastructure intended to alter results. On December 8th, IC officials discussed the draft PDB, which finds that Russian and criminal actors did not impact recent U.S. election results by conducting malicious cyber attacks against election infrastructure. The group also decides the PDB will be published the following day due to high administration interest. So this is where the story gets interesting. There she puts the email, due to high administration interest. This piece is now scheduled to run tomorrow. A few hours later, after initially co-authoring the PDB, the FBI, led by James Comey, inexplicably withdraws from coordinating on the product and notifies other IC officials that the FBI will be drafting a dissent. Later in the afternoon, a senior PDB official kills the PDB based on some new guidance. The post-election PDB, which once again assessed that Russia did not hack the election, was never published. So they spiked that report, which was going to be apparently soft on Russia. And the next day, December 9th, 2016, the Obama White House gathers top cabinet officials for a National Security Council Principals Committee meeting, a who's who of names we are all pretty familiar with: Clapper, Brennan, Susan Rice, John Kerry, Loretta Lynch, Andrew McCabe, etc. Pardon me. After that meeting, in an email titled POTUS Tasking on Russia Election Meddling, DNI James Clapper's assistant sends an email to ODNI leaders tasking them, with the creation of an assessment per the president's request. ODNI leads the effort, along with CIA, FBI, NSA, and DHS. So, the assessment, per the president's request, will address the following questions. How did Moscow seek to influence the U.S. presidential election in 2016? What tools did they use? Possibly, according to the report, hacking, leaks, cyber activity against voting systems, DHS input, media spin, trolls, fake news, domestic Russian intelligence efforts. Why did Moscow direct these activities? What have the Russians hoped to accomplish? How has Moscow's approach to our elections changed over time? What kinds of activities did they undertake in previous elections? And what is our assessment regarding how Moscow will leverage its capabilities in future U.S. elections? So basically, they were going to issue a PDB. Comey, mysteriously and for whatever reason, nixes that. They have a meeting with Obama. He orders a new report. That same day, deep state officials in the IC begin leaking blatantly false intelligence to the Washington Post, as proven by the unpublished PDB and previous IC products, claiming that Russia used cyber means to influence the outcome of the elections. Now, this is where, as critics of that whole Russia hoax story, like us, have been saying over and over again, yes, the Democrats and the media were deliberately vague as to what they meant when they talked about Russian collusion, when they talked about Russian influence. And the reason they were deliberately vague is because they wanted to paint a very broad picture of possible Russian meddling. They wanted their shit-lib base, who was butthurt over losing to Donald Trump, to think that Russia stole the election, right? That's a vague term, but it's a very charged term, because stealing the election can mean whatever they want it to mean. It can mean that they put their thumb on the scales in terms of doing propaganda for Trump, or it can mean, in the more severe example, a cyber attack on the election system in itself. Very similar to after 9/11, when George Bush wanted to manufacture consent for the war in Iraq. They never came out and explicitly said Saddam Hussein was behind 9/11, because they couldn't say that, because that was an obvious lie. But the way they crafted their argument led a lot of people to believe he did. And by the time we invaded Iraq, about half the country believed that he did. So this is absolutely the Democrats and their media allies 100% guilty of that. People who have criticized Russiagate for years, including ourselves, have been saying that the whole time. So that's obviously true. Is this a revelation of this reporting? I don't think so, but it's obviously true. And as we continue on, later that evening, another leak to the Washington Post falsely alleges that the CIA concluded in a secret assessment that Russia intervened in the election to help President Trump. At this point, there is no official IC assessment that contains that conclusion. So the part that Tulsi clips of that article in the Post, the CIA has concluded in a secret assessment that Russia intervened in the 2016 election to help Donald Trump win the presidency rather than just to undermine confidence in the U.S. electoral systems, according to officials briefed on the matter. This was the article that she's pulling that quote from. Secret CIA assessment says Russia was trying to help Trump win the White House. And that article continues, intelligence agencies have identified individuals with connections to the Russian government who provided WikiLeaks with thousands of hacked emails from the DNC and others, including Hillary Clinton's campaign chairman, according to U.S. officials. Those officials described the individuals as actors known to the intelligence community and part of a wider Russian operation to boost Trump and hurt Clinton's chances. It is the assessment of the intelligence community that Russia's goal here was to favor one candidate over the other to help Trump get elected, said a senior U.S. official briefed on an intelligence presentation made to U.S. senators. That's the consensus view. December 14th, IC officials again leaked to the media, this time claiming that IC officials believe with a high level of confidence that Russian President Vladimir Putin was personally involved in the U.S. election hack. So now they're talking about an election hack, which again, this is sleazy speak by the Democrats and the media. We heard the libs say over and over again, Russia hacked the election when they were driving us crazy. Well, what do you mean they hacked the election? Do you mean they actually stole it? You mean they actually switched votes from Hillary Clinton to Donald Trump? Or do you mean they leaked files that they weren't supposed to get? Did they steal information? Or did they just basically rat fuck the election by disseminating propaganda? They never actually pinned down what they meant by that. Now, what Tulsi refers to when she says U.S. election hack is the headline of this piece in NBC News, which is headline U.S. officials Putin personally involved in U.S. election hack, even though in the body of the piece, they never actually say what they mean by hack. And this was what was so maddening about Russiagate is there was never any there. I kept asking all my lib friends, okay, what do you think happened? Tell me in your mind what you think actually happened. And they never could. And they never could because of tricky, lawyerly language like this. Again, the Democrats, media, they're guilty of all of this. I still struggle to find out what's new about this report, except for the fact that it was put out a week after we found out that Donald Trump loved Jeffrey Epstein. But anyway, we'll get to that in a little bit. So in this article, Putin's objectives were multifaceted, a high-level intelligence source told NBC News. What began as a vendetta against Hillary Clinton morphed into an effort to show corruption in American politics and to split off key American allies by creating the image that other countries couldn't depend on the U.S. to be a credible global leader anymore, the official said. December 16th. Though President Obama admits there is no evidence of machines being tampered with during the election, he says he was concerned that potential hacks could hamper vote counting and affect the actual election process. This is the quote where he said, I went to Putin and I told him to cut it out. That was the famous thing that's in the bottom of that paragraph. The reality, Tulsi says, is that multiple intelligence community assessments before and after the election consistently showed no credible reporting of Russian intent or capability to do what President Obama alleges. That's true. They were pretty certain the whole time that Russia did not actually manipulate vote counts. They were also fairly certain that they did engage in propaganda, to which my response was always, hey, look, the First Amendment protects people's rights to say things, but it also protects other people's rights to hear what people say. So if Russia's doing propaganda for Donald Trump, let's say they are putting out propaganda that hurts the Democratic ticket, right? You put out a meme of Trump as Satan and Trump as Jesus and Hillary as Satan. Okay, so if an American published that meme, there'd be no problem with me reading that, right? That's free speech. An American has the right to post that, and I have the right to read it. So what is the difference as an American if a Russian posted that or if an American posted that? It's still, it's propaganda, it's persuasion material. It's nothing they hadn't done before. Like, your job as a political campaign is to win the argument. So what difference does it make to me as an American if a Russian is making that argument or if a United States citizen is making that argument? You don't have to love that Russia's doing it, but does that in any way undermine the legitimacy of the Trump campaign? Right? Like, what if a Japanese guy is posting anti-Trump content on Facebook and I see it? What is this? How does that reflect on the Democratic ticket? In my opinion, not at all. Unless you can actually establish conspiracy, which, of course, they failed to do, as we know. Late December 2016. We're almost done, folks. I know this is a lot, but I want to be thorough. I don't want to be accused of cherry picking. Due to the ODNI whistleblowers questioning his leadership about why an IC assessment was being created that contradicted multiple IC assessments, the whistleblower is immediately removed from emails regarding the drafting of the Obama-ordered IC assessment. The whistleblower is sidelined, despite the fact that they led the ICA on similar topics in September, just months prior. In late December, early January, the National Intelligence Officer for Cyber pressures the ODNI whistleblower to accept a number of findings in the Obama Intelligence Community assessment, including that the Russian government had a preference for Donald Trump. January 6th, 2017, the Obama administration shares the unclassified ICA with the public. It falsely alleges, based in part on further information that had come to light, quote unquote, since the election, that Putin directed an effort to help President Trump defeat Hillary Clinton. His further information is later confirmed to be the Steele dossier, which thankfully this does not get into. The assessment also suppresses intelligence from before and after the election, showing Russia lacked intent and capability to hack the 2016 election. See, now Tulsi is engaging in the same lawyerly wordplay that the Democrats did during the campaign. Now she's using that word hack to mean two things, just the way the Democrats did. Deceives the American public by claiming the IC did not assess the impact of Russian activities. Reality, the IC did, in fact, assess for impact. The unpublished December PDB stated clearly that Russia did not impact the election through what? Cyber hacks on the election, meaning the infrastructure. They never said Russia didn't troll for Trump. They never said that. What they said was, we found no evidence that they actually manipulated vote counts or hacked election infrastructure in that way. It assesses Russia was responsible for leaking data from the DNC and DCCC, while failing to mention that the FBI and NSA previously expressed low confidence in this attribution. And she quotes there, FBI and NSA, however, have low confidence in the attribution of the data leaks to Russia. Now, earlier in that segment, key judgment number 4, they seem to contradict that at least somewhat. We assess that Russian intelligence services were behind the compromises of the DNC and DCCC networks and of email accounts from members of Congress, state political parties, a voter registration organization, and 7 other U.S. political organizations. We have high confidence in our assessment. So what this could mean, and this would corroborate what Julian Assange said, which is that the Russian government was not WikiLeaks' source. So maybe the Russians took the material and then some intermediary was responsible for the leak, because we know the leak came from WikiLeaks. Possible, not saying that happened, that's possible based on what that says there. Almost 3 years later, December 18th, 2019, the ODNI whistleblower assists in a FOIA request related to the Obama ICA. Specifically, an IC official asked the ODNI whistleblower to search for material related to the Steele dossier, as it was a factor in the Obama ICA. This revelation shocks the ODNI whistleblower, who had been told that DNI Clapper viewed the Steele dossier as untrustworthy. Again, no real surprises there. Now, in response to this, New York Times put out this article.
So far, as the person who did not prepare this, I'm not hearing anything that we weren't talking about years and years ago.
No,
just
there's
bringing it all back to me now.
Yeah, it's kind of a replay of everything. Now, what they are hinging this report on, the bombshell, according to Tulsi Gabbard, is that Barack Obama knew that they did not impact the election, that they did not hack the election. But he spiked that President Daily Brief report through Comey, which is the implication, because Comey spiked the PDB in early December of 2016, and then Obama ordered a new one at the meeting. Okay, so here Mark Warner kind of lays it down here. Mark Warner of Virginia, the top Democrat on the Intelligence Committee, said the new report compared 2 different things: Russian attempts to hack into voting systems and Russian influence operations meant to sway public opinion. This is one more example of the DNI trying to cook the books, Mr. Warner said. We're talking about apples and oranges. the Russians were not successful at manipulating our election infrastructure, nor did we say they were. Now that, as a matter of technicality, is correct, and that is what made Russiagate so sleazy and so shameful, is that they would never actually say what they meant by Russia hacked the election. It's not a surprise that Barack Obama wanted to be manipulative about this because, of course, the Democrats wanted to exonerate themselves of this embarrassing defeat at the hands of Donald Trump, mainly to stave off the progressive wing of the party from coming and overturning their apple cart, because there was a very contentious primary between Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders, and the centrist wing insisted that their way was the way to victory. And if they lost on their own merits to Donald Trump, that might leave an opening a mile wide for the Bernie wing to take over, and they could not have that. So they had to create as much of a feeling as they possibly could that Trump was an illegitimate president, which I thought was completely dishonest. I thought it was destructive. I thought it was sleazy. I thought it was manipulative. I thought it paved the way for future failures. Again, we talked about this a lot. However, does it rise to the crime of treasonous conspiracy, as Tulsi Gabbard now wants you to believe? Well, no, and it actually can't. Here's the thing. The U.S. Supreme Court rules Trump has absolute immunity for official acts. That's right. Remember that last summer? The U.S. Supreme Court has ruled that former presidents are entitled to some degree of immunity from criminal prosecution, a major victory for Donald Trump that guts what? The 2020 election subversion case against him and any prospect of a trial before November. The court's conservative majority, which Trump helped create, found 6-3 that presidents were protected from prosecution for official actions that extended to the outer perimeter of his office, but could face charges for unofficial conduct, meaning if you just happen to kill someone randomly, that's not an official act. But they're saying presidents have immunity for conduct that is part of their official capacities as president. So, in Barack Obama's case, ordering an intelligence review of the previous election, that's well within his responsibility and his purview as an official act. The irony of this is that this case on presidential immunity was what got Trump off the hook for what? Election subversion. Which is what they're accusing Barack Obama of essentially doing. They're saying Barack Obama did this to subvert the will of the people after Donald Trump won the election because he didn't like the outcome. So if doing what Obama did, which is ordering a review for very sleazy, dishonest purposes, as we've said a million times, if him ordering a review of Russian interference in the 2016 election is a treasonous conspiracy, then what is screaming at the top of your lungs for 4 years that Joe Biden is an illegitimate president because he didn't actually win in 2020? How is that not a treasonous conspiracy? At that point, January 6th certainly becomes a treasonous conspiracy, right? Now, to be clear, I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it is. Tulsi is saying it is. She's saying it is in Obama's case, ignoring the fact that the U.S. Supreme Court granted presidential immunity when faced with the question of whether or not Donald Trump committed a prosecutable crime by outwardly and insistently questioning the results of the 2020 election. And that's where her case completely falls apart. So yeah, very long way of saying this was bullshit meant to distract you from the fact that they love pedos. Thank you very much. I had to be as thorough as that because I don't want to be accused of leaving anything out. So I basically went through her press release. But that's what this is. This is a bullshit story. It's a non-story. It's nothing we don't know. Yes, the Democrats are slimy scumbags who used Russiagate for their own rotten ends. We knew that already. There's no prosecutable crime there. If there's a prosecutable crime there, then you got to try Donald Trump for election subversion in 2020.
Yeah, this is what I think they call in the business wagging the Epstein. They had a story they needed to distract from. I do not believe it's any coincidence that all of a sudden they dropped this now. Tulsi sleazy whore that she is. She's probably in the doghouse with them. If you notice, they don't carry her around like a poodle in the Gucci bag like they used to after she went public with the fact that Iran did not have a nuclear weapons program. So now she really needs to debase herself to get back in their good graces, and this is the way she's going about it. I didn't hear anything from what you just said, except for like this fills in some of the details of Russiagate.
I kept telling Russell all day today, I'm like, I don't even know why we're doing this, but I guess we have to.
I said to him, I was like, I could see how much enthusiasm you have for this story.
Yeah, like
although I'll say, man, you put a lot of work into that for a story that you clearly had
I didn't want to do.
Nothing but contempt for. You definitely went the extra mile.
I did. With a story like that, you want to steel man it because you know the chuds are going to be in the comment section. You didn't mention, you didn't sort this out.
Well, that's part of what this is, man. This is to give the chuds something to focus on instead of Epstein, and it's to give their constellation of grifting podcasters that are supporting the regime something to feed to their brain dead listeners. No, see, Russiagate, Obama should be hung. He should be hung. Right?
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah.
So then they can drum up their people who have. Look, man, this they call it rage bait for a reason. You know, you got a lot of people who are very broken, very unhappy, very economically disenfranchised, politically disenfranchised. The only thing they have in their lives is for Theo Von to tell them something that can get them really angry and to feel like they have an enemy that they can focus on who's going to get it. And if they don't get it, it's because of the evil global pedophiles, of which Donald Trump is definitely not one. He's definitely not one of them. Come on, man. This drops right when the Epstein thing is becoming a big problem for them. We haven't covered Russiagate in so long. It hasn't been a story in so long. This brought back memories. Brought back memories of like the world of 2018. Like, yeah, I've heard all this. Like, it fills in some details, but it's nothing new, and it's quite ironic because many people pointed out when the Supreme Court decision got handed down. Well, you know, you're not going to like it when that applies to a Democrat, and we got there very quickly.
Right. I mean, right. Exactly. Like the only borderline new information here is that a presidential daily brief in early December was spiked because Obama wanted them to take another look at it, which implies, and I think reasonably, that Obama was trying to set the stage for a years-long propaganda campaign against Donald Trump, insinuating that he was essentially an illegitimate president, which I thought was a terrible thing to do. If undermining a president's legitimacy is a treasonous offense, then what do you call Donald Trump screaming for 4 years straight while Joe Biden was president that he stole the election?
Right.
I mean, come on. Come on. Do a little better than that. Yeah, pretty pathetic stuff. Pretty pathetic.
They're all scum.
Yes, exactly. Dorian Marquis says, I'm team...
I'll be back.
All right, cool. All right. Dorian Marquis says, I'm team Russ. Damn all of you. PBS was the shit during the 1980s and 90s. Again, approximately 25 years ago, NPR and PBS were edgy. There you go. All right. Hey, Jake, can we put together the scroll, please? Can we have the scroll? Thank you very much. Hey, folks, if you like what we do here and you want us to keep doing more of it, by far the best way you can support us is to become a member. The member links are at the top of the screen here, dudissidents.com/Patreon, dudissidents.com/Substack, and dudissidents.com/locals. Part of why I was able to do such a thorough job, and I know it was probably a little boring for some of you. That was kind of the point of the segment, was how boring it was. That was what we call anti-content in the business. But the reason I was able to do such a thorough job at that is because we were able to hire Gen X Girl to put together some of the other segments. So I had time for a deep dive. If we didn't have Gen X Girl, I could not have done that deep dive. The reason we have Gen X Girl is because of the people on the scroll here. The reason we're able to do this is because we are supported by our members. No members, no show. It's that simple. So if you would like to become a member, go to dudissidents.com/Patreon, dudissidents.com/Substack, or dudissidents.com/locals, where you can become a member for just $5 a month. You access special perks like bonus content, post games, which we're going to do a post game. Looks like this Thursday will be our post game, where we will do the final segments of the show for members only, plus a members only Q&A at the conclusion of the show. You also get film club episodes once a month. You also get call-in access to our weekly Q&As every Sunday night over on Rumble. Hey, tonight is Sunday, so be sure to tune in for the Q&A after the show tonight. You also get ad-free replays of every live stream the day after they air. So if you miss a show or you only catch part of a show and you want to watch it back without the ad interruptions on YouTube or Rumble, you can watch it ad-free at a private link that we send our members the day after every stream. So the members are the backbone of the show. We thank you very much, of course, for your support. Appreciate you all very, very much. Andy Gardner says, hey, you White House, ha charade you are. Siddhartha Vicious.
That's the Pigman soundtrack.
Oh, yeah? I get it. Yes. We're trading geeks for blockheads. Racecar789 says, with those PBS funding cuts, will the Sesame Street garbage can characters have a bigger role in future episodes? That's right. Yes, they'll be China Shill says, people without phones exist, Russell. That's a fallacious argument. A child cannot afford to buy a phone by themselves when they would be the age to watch PBS. That's true. I mean, look, if you have basic cable, like, yeah, I mean, look, I think Russ is pretty much on the page that, PBS should not have been on the chopping block the way NPR was. I mean, there's more use for PBS. I think,
yes, I think NPR definitely made its own case for its demise.
Yes. John M. in Minnesota, Colbert's appearance at the 2006 White House Correspondents' Dinner was his high point. Yes, that's a good point, especially a skewing of MSM as stenographers. Then he became what he had mocked. Exactly.
That's why I think a lot of people were surprised at what he did with that show.
I would have loved AOC if she had been an actress. I wouldn't have done so much douchey things to make me hate her. I'd be in love with her. Thank you for that. Okay. All right. We will move right on along. All right. Now, before we do this one, I just have to do a couple disclaimers for YouTube. So, first of all, in this segment, what we are not doing is denying a violent event took place, since there were obviously injuries and one casualty at this event. We did not make the clip in question that we're going to show. This is already in circulation on YouTube and on other platforms. So we did not make it, nor do we endorse every part of it. And the purpose of this segment is, of course, to provide commentary on an existing piece of video, not one that we made, for news, documentary, and educational purpose. So please don't fuck with us. Thank you. Okay, now we can begin.
We are going to prove that actually Donald Trump was fighting the Epstein pedo ring.
Right.
No. We're kidding. All right. So the anniversary of the Butler assassination attempt recently passed, and right around the same time, maybe because it was about a year, a report came out from Congress. Before the Butler shooting, the Secret Service denied multiple requests to bolster Trump's security detail during his 2024 campaign. The report from the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs found the Secret Service denied or left unfulfilled at least 10 requests from Mr. Trump's detail for additional resources, including an enhanced counter-drone system, counter-assault team personnel, and counter-snipers. The report accuses then Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle of falsely testifying to Congress that no USSS asset requests were denied for the Butler rally. Cheadle resigned nearly a year ago after testifying before Congress. Documents obtained by the committee revealed a pattern of certain categories of requests being either blatantly denied, unfulfilled, are required to be supplemented by local law enforcement or other federal agencies, the report said. The report also addressed the announcement this week that 6 Secret Service personnel were suspended following an internal investigation into the Butler shooting response. The 6 personnel were issued suspensions without pay or benefits ranging from 10 to 42 days. So this is Rand Paul talking a little bit about the report.
Today is that 1-year mark since then candidate Trump was shot at in Butler, Pennsylvania. You have released an accountability report. We've had a look at it, and it details that assets were requested by the Secret Service, including requests made over the phone, and they were denied. You also say that the former Secret Service director made false claims under oath when Kimberly Cheadle said there were no denials. Was she misled, or are you accusing her of lying?
She did not tell the truth. She said that there were no assets that were requested in advance. We found at least 4 occasions, actually maybe 5 occasions, where requests were made. The primary request that was made by both Trump's Secret Service detail as well as his campaign was for counter snipers. Counter snipers were denied until Butler. So thank God on that day in Butler County, Pennsylvania, that was the first time he was allowed counter snipers. If he had not had counter snipers, that assassin would have popped up again. He did pop up again to continue firing, and that's when he was taken out. But thank God we had the counter snipers there. But why were they denied for months and months? When they finally did ask for them, they mysteriously, magically appeared. They found them where they needed. They just weren't trying hard enough. So it was a cascade of errors. It was just one error after another. When we talked to the people in charge of security, everybody pointed a finger at someone else. We said, who was responsible for that roof? The roof where the assassin lay with a direct sight line. Nobody wanted responsibility. Everybody said it was somebody else. There was plenty of time to take him off the stage. The suspicious person with the rangefinder who became the shooter, many times he was spotted by police with suspicion. That should have been enough to take the president off the stage. Even with him on the roof, there was about a 3-minute period when he could have been taken from the stage, and yet no one was fired. Some of these people could be in charge of security for another presidential candidate, and really that's a danger that some one of the people that were in charge at Butler could be in charge again. That's not right.
All right. Now, surprisingly, I don't think we've ever really gotten into this. So we're going to go all Oliver Stone here with you. I thought the best decision Oliver Stone made with his JFK movie is he presented a theory, but he made the point of putting the words into his protagonist's mouth. Even if you don't think this is what happened, the official story is not what happened, clearly, based on this evidence. So that's really, I think, what this is about. Rand Paul himself, as he lays this out, stumbles onto a lot of weird things. Why was that the first day that they had counter snipers on duty? Why was it the only rally that CNN streamed live? There are a lot of weird things about this assassination. We'll get into just a few of them, or this assassination attempt. Now, part of the reason this comes up is Hotspot just dropped this video. Now, to be clear, it claims the footage is new. It is not new. This is old footage.
And they weren't the only ones to drop this. This went viral. It's got like tens of millions of views.
Yeah, the way that this is analyzed, I think, is new. I think that analysis is new.
Yeah.
Now, the person, to be clear, the person who filmed it denies this interpretation in the interest of full disclosure.
Right, this was picked up online, and somebody added their take.
Right. So let's take a look.
President's been shot. Oh no!
This was after the shots were fired.
Either that or they're covering. We don't know. Either that or they're covering him. We love you. We love you, President Trump. We love you. We love.
Now, they are investigating the clear homoerotic man love from the stands, but so far no report has been released on that. But you can see clearly the Secret Service agent is taking him back and to the left. Back and to the left.
you, President Trump! We love you!
Okay, so now to be clear, we're going to see this from another angle. It is not clear that the flag is being lowered, rather than that the camera is simply in motion and changing its placement.
Yes! 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 We love you, President Trump! No! Oh, no shot!
Now that, while it's paused, I will just say it is strange that the Secret Service is concerning himself with corralling the photographers. Like, your job is to protect the president, not the
Yes.
photographers, right?
Yes.
What are you corralling them for?
There's definitely weird stuff.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, like, sure. Okay, let's go back and watch it again. Okay, so this is part of the point he's making, that the guy's pushing the photographers.
Either that or
I
they're
would
covered-
argue
we don't
what's
know. Either
also
that or-
very strange about this, you can tell we're theater dorks because when we're talking about this, I'm describing it as, they brought him downstage center. But they did. They brought him downstage center. Why would you this is an active shooter situation. Why would you bring him downstage center? That, to me, is the most suspicious part of this footage.
We're covering him. We love you. We love you, President.
So they got him down, which is what you'd expect. Why would you lift him up?
Yeah, just keep him down.
Yeah, why would you lift him up? Why would you expose him like that?
Especially when he's
That
a big,
doesn't
tall
make any
guy,
sense.
and you got this
Right.
5'6" woman there.
We love you. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Again, not obvious the flag was lowered. That could just be the camera angle
It could
changing.
be. That's really not clear. It's not clear in the other video we're going to see either. Yeah, I mean, that is weird that this guy is corralling the photographers to get a good shot like that. Like, really? That's what you're thinking about in this situation?
Or why are you concerning yourself with the photographers at all? Your job is not to
Right.
protect the photographers. Your job is
Right.
to protect the president. They know what to do. They know what to hide. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so, yeah, that's weird. All right, so from another angle.
So this is from the Washington Post. This is the first person. This guy must have worn a GoPro or something.
America great again,
Because this is his point of view. So it must have been filming while he was taking stills. So this might be one of the guys the Secret Service guy was corralling. This looks like very similar perspective.
Yeah.
Now from this angle, you're going to see the flag. It doesn't appear the flag is moving.
No.
From this angle.
No, it looks like it's suspended in a fixed position.
Yeah, and the wind was blowing, so it could have blown into the frame, too. This was definitely one of the photographers that Secret Service guy was corralling.
Now, again, why would you position him like that in an active shooter situation? That, to me, is really the most suspicious thing in all of this. So again, it's really not clear what's going on with the flag there. A lot of people have pointed out, for those who think he wasn't shot at, that there is this famous image of the bullet actually going through the air. I don't know how clear it is. I don't know that anyone's really claiming that no bullets were fired that day. The question is, were they fired at him? I don't know that you can tell from an image like this how close that is to him, or whether that is a bullet that's really not as close to him as you might think. I don't know. I'm not saying one way or the other. A lot of people have pointed out the ear. This is claiming the blood should be dripping. I don't know. I'm not Dexter. I'm not a blood splatter expert. Some will point out there's no scarring in the ear. You have others who have posted images of the ear claiming that you can clearly see scar tissue. I don't personally think you see scar tissue there. Some say, well, if he got shot by that kind of round, a whole chunk of his ear should be gone. Others have shown footage of other people with similar injuries who don't have their ear gone. again, that's inconclusive.
But he was asked about his ear actually by like a mainstream reporter. It was a very funny and Trump-like quote. He says, "I'm a fast healer."
I'm a fast healer. I'm like that when you ever see the X-Men. I'm like Wolverine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm like Wolverine. I'm gonna start wearing my hair like.
It's that
like,
methylene blue
like
that Bobby
guy.
got me hooked on. It grows your stuff back good as new.
Makes everything grow back.
Put one of those in your take 2 drops in your Diet Coke. You're indestructible.
Yeah, the ear. I mean, it's a little weird, but okay. So Rogan and Elon did an interview. Now, I didn't have time to backtrack every single claim here. The ones I did backtrack checked out. So I'm going to read the list in its entirety, assuming that there is something to this list. Wall Street Apes is usually pretty good.
They're pretty right of center too. So like, it's not a hostile to Trump account at all.
No. The assassin's house was professionally scrubbed. His home was scrubbed so well there wasn't even silverware left in the home. No footprint on the internet. No social media footprint, completely wiped. He was in a BlackRock commercial. Joe Rogan says some individuals inside BlackRock may have recognized that it's beneficial to them if he gets assassinated. I mean, that's neither here nor there. There was never a formal report. There was never press conferences where they detailed all the information they know currently and where the investigation stands at the moment. He was a very young kid there with a rangefinder used to measure distances, very suspicious. CNN streamed it live, which Rogan does not believe, and I looked into that. Yeah, they didn't do that for any other rally. They wouldn't let people be on that roof because the Secret Service lady said it was sloped and it was dangerous. The snipers that were on the other roof was a steeper pitch. It made no sense. Random people saw him and pointed him out on the roof with a gun for a long time before it happened. The kid had 5 phones. His body was immediately cremated. There were some indications that there was a phone that had been traveling from outside the FBI offices in D.C. to where this kid lived multiple times. All right, so I did get into a few of these things.
Yeah, and just before you start, if any of that had been wrong, I strongly suspect that would have gotten community noted because Wall Street Apes is a big account.
Right, and it was not.
Yeah.
So here's one witness who describes the difference from another rally that he went to, also in Pennsylvania, a few years earlier, I think also a Trump rally.
I guess it was 4 years ago, it was at the Butler Airport, not even 5 miles from here. It was an awe-inspiring event. We were just like, wow. But the one thing we noticed, we walked in there, and her and I, we're close. And the one thing we noticed that the airport has a lot of hangars, buildings kind of like this, but they hold planes. Every rooftop of every hangar had 3, 4, 5 guys on top of it with
When
guns.
you say guys, snipers? Law enforcement with long guns on top?
Long guns,
Okay.
yes. And even some of them in the sniper position, just scanning everywhere. And my daughter turned to me.
To the point where you got there, you noticed them right away?
Immediately. It was the first thing she said to me. She goes, "Oh my gosh, Dad, look at this." She goes, "I never felt so safe in my life." Those were her exact words.
This is 4 years ago
4
in
years
the rally by the airport.
Correct.
The other airport.
Right.
Okay.
So she didn't come with me this time because she's eight months pregnant, and the heat and everything else, but she really wanted to. So that was so much on our minds there that we talked about it for, I don't know, we just talked about it. We were like so awe-inspired by the, wow. First thing I did when I got here yesterday was I did a complete look around at every rooftop. And I said to myself, that's strange. I don't see one cop, sniper, nothing. I don't see anything. And I just thought that was kind of weird.
And at what?
Okay. Here's the shooter wandering around pretty much out in the open, visible to everybody.
New footage shows a person wearing light-colored clothing wandering outside the perimeter of the Pennsylvania rally. That person's clothing resembled that of Thomas Matthew Crooks, who would attempt to assassinate former President Trump about an hour after this video was taken. The video, obtained by WTAE, shows the man wandering outside the same building that Thomas Matthew Crooks later climbed with his rifle.
Now, look at that. Look at that. No Secret Service, no cop, seeing this solitary, weird guy walking around in this presumably off-limits area, given that he's the only one there. I'm assuming that's not open to the crowd. Nobody felt a need to go talk to this guy.
Well, to me, this is where you start. Now, I won't be long. I don't want to break the flow. But to me, the starting point of any suspicion of foul play is that this was a rural area. There were only a handful of rooftops you had to secure. You had to check out.
Yeah.
Right? So how is it that this guy got to one of these rooftops in the middle of nowhere, the handful of buildings that you have to secure? If this had happened in like Washington Square Park, you could say, okay, there's literally dozens of buildings with views of the park and thousands. I mean, in the northwest corner alone, that big apartment building has hundreds of windows facing the park. So you could say in that situation, okay, it's conceivable. You miss a spot because there's thousands of possibilities for trouble. This, you're talking about a handful of buildings that you have to secure. So how could that not have happened? I was like, I wandering around outside one of what, 7 buildings?
I mean, you saw it. You saw it. Like, clearly that was not open to the crowd.
Exactly. Yeah.
So how's this guy wandering around unnoticed? But he was noticed.
Right.
So we've all seen footage. That was something that came out pretty early on. Multiple witnesses talk about going to the police because they noticed this guy wandering around.
Yeah. Was up at the fence line. Saw the guy move from roof to roof. Told an officer that he was on the roof. The officer come looking. I went back to where I was standing. Heard that there was somebody that could see the person. So I went back to where they were standing, saw the person, went back and told the officer again that if he goes back to that particular spot, he can see the person, figuring that he would go in radio. And when I turned around to go back to where I was is when the gunshots started, and then it was just chaos, and we all came running away, and that was that.
Let me get this right. So you actually saw the man on top of the roof behind us?
Yes.
And you're saying people reported that to law enforcement, saying there is a man on the roof of the building?
Yes, there were two officers that were actively searching. You could tell they were searching and looking for somebody, and we just tried to help and tell them where the guy was. And they, at some point, somebody obviously found him, or the snipers found him, and I just seen him going from one building to another. There was a little gap in between, and he went. And when I went back to see the people that I heard that could see him, seen a quick look at him there, and then went to the officer to tell the officer, and that was all that I got.
How many gunshots did you hear?
I have no idea. It was
okay. All right, and then there's all the weirdness around the shooter. Reminder, the would-be assassin, Thomas Matthew Crooks, which again, in my entire life, there has never been a would-be assassin as invisibilized as this assassin. I didn't know his name until I did the research for this. I'm not saying nobody does, but most people don't. I promise you that.
It's not a household name like Mark David Chapman.
No, any other high-profile attempted assassination in my life, the guy was a household name because you didn't have all of those TV shows, biography. Who was Matthew Crooks? Why did he? Very little of that. Very little. The BlackRock ad. He was featured in a 2023 BlackRock ad. The BlackRock ad was filmed at Bethel Park High School, which Crooks attended. As soon as this was discovered, BlackRock immediately pulled the ad. There he is. That's his high school yearbook picture, and there he is in that ad. You can easily find it. It's still online, even though BlackRock did yank it. Not good for the brand. Now this has almost been forgotten, I think, by most people. There was actually a congressperson who investigated, who made a lot of the claims that were in that Wall Street Apes bullet point presentation. The body was gone by the time he came to examine. This was Representative Clay Higgins, a Louisiana Republican, who was on the House task force investigating the shooting. This was last year. Detailed some of his findings after a 3-day trip to Butler earlier in August. In the report, Higgins wrote that he had attempted to examine Crooks's body, but was unable to do so, and alleged the FBI was obstructing further investigative efforts. Quote, "My effort to examine Crooks's body on Monday, August 5th, caused quite a stir and revealed a disturbing fact. The FBI released the body for cremation 10 days after July 13th, Higgins wrote in the report. On July 23rd, Crooks was gone. Nobody knew this until Monday, August 5th, including the county coroner, law enforcement, sheriff, etc. Higgins said the Butler County coroner, quote, technically had legal authority over the body, but I spoke with the coroner, and he would have never released Crooks's body to the family for cremation or burial without specific permission from the FBI, unquote. He also wrote that similar to releasing the crime scene and scrubbing crime scene biological evidence, this action by the FBI can only be described by any reasonable man as an obstruction to any following investigative effort. Okay, so somebody posts here, and let's break it down. Shooter was on a roof in plain sight of Secret Service. True. They don't wait for a shooter to shoot first. True. Secret Service doesn't let a POTUS rise up and pause for a photo op. It's a little more speculative, but I'm saying true. The most unclear part here, AR-15 bullets don't graze an ear and leave it intact. I'm not an expert. Different people say different things about that.
Yeah.
But
we
he's
hear from Otacon about that. He knows all about firearms because he's a real man and we're not.
Exactly. Butler, PA was staged. So I would argue, obviously, again, going back to Oliver Stone's JFK argument, anticipating that not everyone would like his theory of what happened, basically answers through his protagonist, as filmmakers so often do. Even if you don't believe this is what happened, obviously the story we've been told is not what happened. I'm paraphrasing, but that's essentially what Garrison says in the movie. That's what I say here. You know, some people will say, what do you think? They didn't try to kill him? Personally, no, I don't. Given how things have evolved since he has become president, I believe this was staged to ensure that he would become president because there was an agenda there that they were going to more easily be able to push through with Trump than with Harris. I can't prove. Nobody could ever prove that. That's my opinion based on the evidence. Other people say, well, the reason the Secret Service was so incompetent is they were trying to kill him, and it's just by the grace of God or whatever you believe in that he wasn't killed. I think that's less likely, but clearly there is a cover-up here. Whatever you believe about that, there's a cover-up. Even Rand Paul going through this report, he's almost like burying the lead there, because he's talking about things that are very strange. Like, why is this the first day that they had counter snipers? Almost as if they knew they were going to have to take out a sniper that day. Why was this the only rally that CNN broadcast live? So there's a lot of weird stuff. I think what we can say is conclusively The story we're being told is not the truth, and there's a cover-up here. What the nature of it is, we don't know.
Yes, I mean, I would generally agree with that, like broadly speaking, and I think the most suspicious part of it is that we're not getting answers to any of these questions,
Right.
and you would think we would, being that the most powerful man in the world is the guy who was on the receiving end of this attempt, right? So why wouldn't he turn over every stone to get to the bottom of it?
That is the so to speak smoking gun to me. The fact that the famously vengeful Donald Trump, in a case where clearly there's all kinds of malfeasance, that he didn't go right into the Oval Office and demand answers about this.
Right. Now that could mean, well, that could mean one of two things. That could mean that, yes, that there was no attempt and that he knows that. Or it could mean that the attempt put the fear of God into him and he doesn't want to get to the bottom of this because he's terrified. And that was the deep state's way of scaring him straight. Both of those are possible explanations. What seems to me to be a virtually impossible explanation is that there was no foul play behind Thomas Matthew Crooks. Because if he was just a lone actor and there was no conspiracy, and I know that's a dirty word, conspiracy is just two or more people coming together to do something that they shouldn't do. If there was nothing beyond that, that means there'd be no reason for Trump to not turn over every stone. Right? So either he's part of the cover-up or he's scared shitless of the people who tried to do this to him. Those are the only two real possibilities. I mean, to me, if there is nothing to it beyond what the reporting is, then he would be aggressively pursuing it because there'd be no forces compelling him not to, if that makes sense, right? So that, to me, is what makes it all the more suspicious. And I know we've gotten comments and somebody sent us a big long email about this, and you know, Russ is older and wiser than me, but I am actually more a veteran of the conspiracy theory space than Russ is, and I can tell you, and so far I have to say you're doing pretty well. Is that, you know, part of the pitfall?
I'm a natural, they say.
You're a natural. You got you're good. You're good kid. Yeah, but one of the pitfalls of this sort of speculation is insisting that you can piece together the exact sequence of events and leading with that in every conversation. For example, you know, when it comes to 9/11, yeah, I had a strong sense that 9/11 was a false flag of sorts since I was 16. When I was asked about, you know, the post 9/11 foreign policy, when I would get into arguments with people who supported the Iraq War, first of all, I would never lead with my suspicions about 9/11 because it creates a very high barrier to entry into the conversation. Now you're asking people to sign up for 9/11 as a false flag before they can engage on the Iraq War thing. So it kind of creates an obstacle where there need not necessarily be. I
find it's good to lead with that on dates. It can save you a lot of time.
Yeah, right. Can save you time and money on dates. Yeah, exactly. Can save you having to spring for that second drink. But the other thing is, you know, when a situation like this comes up, where, you know, you go out on a limb on a theory that's not only unproven but unprovable, is, you know, when it comes to 9/11, I would just lead with facts, things I know to be true. I know the project for a new American century planned to invade Iraq. I know they said such an invasion would be impossible to get off the ground absent a new Pearl Harbor. And I know that 9 months into taking power, they got the new Pearl Harbor and then used that as an excuse. So right there, if you're going to give me shit about 9/11, you have to accept then that those three events happened in sequence, by coincidence, by accident, for no reason, right? That's what you have to believe. So in this case, what you got to believe there's nothing here, is that a field in the middle of nowhere with 6 buildings surrounding the stage went completely unchecked and unscrewed. How could you not have eyes on every rooftop? That makes no sense. So that's the starting point. Okay, we know that this guy was able to get to the roof in a rural area with very few locations to secure.
Wandering around out in the open.
Right. When they had counter sniper teams, so we know that there were eyes open, right? There had to be eyes open, otherwise you wouldn't have guys up on the roof. So you know that, okay, so you start from there, and you say, okay, does that not smell like shit to you?
Right.
Right. And then from there, yeah, it always ends in speculation because you can never actually. That's why the caricature of the conspiracy theorist is the guy with the pins and the yarn who's trying to connect every dot. You're never going to connect every dot.
Well, and then the
You're never going
destruction of evidence with the alleged would-be assassin.
Well, the body. What did they do to Bin Laden after they
Cremating
killed
the
him? They buried him
body,
at sea. Oh, he's in the ocean. His body's in the ocean.
They
That's
scrubbed
what they
his
said to Bin
house.
Laden. Yeah.
Why would they scrub his house?
Yeah.
Like, why would you do that? For what reason?
Exactly.
If you're not trying to hide evidence.
Nope. Exactly. More questions than answers, for sure. All right. All right. That segment was actually not nearly as off the rails as I thought it was going to be. So
I know you were. I could tell you were nervous about that one.
Well, no, I was just... Andy Gardner, thanks for the $10. Hey, you White House. Oh, and I got that one already. Kyle Johnson, only greedy fascists will cut off public information. America falls for its worship of money. Fails for its worship of money. Thank you, Kyle. Kira and Gina says, don't blame me. I voted for Putin. Thank you, Kira. Marty Funkhauser says, this is pathetic, guys. You're better than this. Which one is pathetic? We've done a lot of very pathetic segments tonight.
That's your mistake.
Yeah, we've done a lot of pathetic segments.
That was your
Which one?
first mistake.
Yeah, most of
we're
our
better
segments are
than this
pathetic.
show.
Yeah. Most of our segments are pathetic. So I don't know what you're gonna have to be more specific.
You could argue we built this channel on our pathetic segments.
Yeah, that's right. Pathetic segments are our bread and butter. Yes.
That's kind of our brand.
That's our brand. It's on brand, yes. Quintessential. I posted 2 fictions. One, Zoran became Lenin 2.0. The other, wears tax the rich suit in Met Gala. The Marxist subreddit loved the first, not the other. Good one. Brad Gilbert, John Cullen proves kids didn't take first shots. Interesting. You're not the first person to recommend, or maybe you're the first person who's recommended him a bunch of times, but John Cullen, I've heard that name before. All those cameras, one captures the magic bullet. Thanks, Brad Gilbert. Oh, yeah, the judge says, have John Cullen on as a guest to talk about the attempt. Yeah, so people have been mentioning that name. I'll have to look into that.
I got to check that out.
China Shill says, another victim of cancel culture. Cancel Colbert has succeeded at last. It only took 10 years. My real name says, I told a coworker he has a peasant mindset when he expressed understanding for our CEO, who implied we are lucky to have jobs. Oh, good for you, my real name. Beautiful.
Good.
Making that catch on. $1 Million Trooper says, you could remember the Democrat strategy with 3 W's, women, racism, and Russia. Elmer Fudd, Democrat campaign strategist. Good one. Let's see.
We didn't have time to cover this tonight, but apparently the Democrats are going to release a postmortem about 2024 that is not going to discuss the Biden or Harris campaigns.
Right, exactly, yes. That'll be fun. El Casador says, which one of you gents are going to marry your handler, Gen X girl? Be messy for Keaton, so my bets are on Russ. Thanks for lifting DD news segment's game, Gen X girl. Quality stuff. Yes, Gen X girl's been great. She helped with that segment and this next one
and the
as
Colbert,
well. And Colbert, yes, absolutely. Ken Texican, thanks for the $50. Appreciate that. Let's have a cowbell for Ken Texican. Another great show. You guys are getting so good at calling out the self-serving scumbags, both Dems and GOP. It's a matter of time before your show gets targeted. In the meantime, free Palestine. Thank you, Ken Texican. Appreciate that very much. Thank you for those kind words. All right. What do we got here?
Check out our craft beer channel.
Yeah,
That's
right.
kind of
exactly,
how we're like steel manning the operation.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Sir Bikes a lot says Benito Mussolini had a similar assassination attempt where his nose was grazed. It's eerily similar to Trump's. Interesting. Let's see here. Damon Wolf says it sucks that a bystander died that day, but it was a perfectly timed false flag, just as Dems are falling apart. No reason to believe he got on a lie. Donald J. Trump's whole life has been lies. Thank you for that. K. Biscaro, I missed my chance to see A Boy and His Dog, which sucks because it's one of my favorites. Since you can't leave the replay up, is there any chance of having a rerun night sometime, please? And thank you. Maybe what I could do is I could put up like the recaps, maybe, and just cut out the film parts of them. The reason we do that is because we told Rumble we would do that as a condition because they allow us to do that. But if we leave the replays up, people could fast forward around our commentary,
right?
And just use the movie. The way we do those film club presentations is it's not a substitute for actually watching the film because we put fun facts, we pause, we talk
right.
over it. Whereas if we leave the replay up for too long, people could just cut around that and watch the film. So we like to leave it up as a live experience, an interactive presentation. Master Yodo, why should the U.S. fund free healthcare for millions of Israelis while U.S. families suffer? Join the American Communist Party. And hey, Master Yoda, I got news for you. There's another American Communist Party guy who donates more money than you for the super chats. So you have to up your game. One guy gave us $10 last week to plug the American Communist Party. You're coming in here with $1. You know, you got to talk to your comrade, get on the same page. Maybe settle at $5 each. You know,
it's the problem with you commies. You're fucking lazy.
Yeah, exactly.
you gotta work hard. Get those super chats up.
Get them up there. That's right. Exactly. All right. Let's move right on along here. All right, folks. This is quite the segment. AOC has hit a new low. She is now to the right of Marjorie Taylor Greene on Israel, more or less, in effect.
If not on space lasers.
Exactly, yes. Yeah, I don't think that's an unfair categorization given this development. So we know Israel struck a Catholic church in Gaza, which Russ is going to get more into in the next piece. But here is Marjorie Taylor Greene taking exception to her fellow Christians being bombed. It doesn't matter how many tens of thousands of Muslim Palestinians are bombed, apparently. But now she feels outraged on behalf of the Christians and suddenly realizes that they're wiping out the civilian population. And so she introduces an amendment to slash funding for Israel. Let's take a look.
Bombed a Catholic church in Gaza. Israel bombed a Catholic church in Gaza. And the entire population is being wiped out as they continue their aggressive war in Gaza. My amendment would strike $500 million in funding for nuclear-armed Israel's missile defense system. The U.S. already provides Israel with $3.8 billion annually in foreign aid. $3.8 billion, that's a lot of money. Additionally, the April 2024 security supplemental included $8.7 billion for Israel. Even though Israel, nuclear-armed Israel, has universal health care for their citizens and subsidized college for their citizens. They're able to provide that. However, here in America, we're $37 trillion in debt. My amendment will ensure an America First Department of Defense, and that is exactly what we need and we haven't had for a very long time.
So, you know, a topic for a different conversation. We'll stay focused, but are you implying that we should have universal health care here? Because you seem against that, right? Like it's this clever turn of phrase when it comes up that Israel's able to give their people health care. Okay, so should we give our people health care? Anyway, I won't fret about that
Did she vote for the big, beautiful bill?
Did she vote to slash Medicaid? Right. Did she vote to increase people's premiums by 75%, which estimates are going to kick in next year? Yes, she did. She made noise like she wasn't going to, but she had an AOC moment of her own, right?
Yeah.
But
she makes a lot of noise. That's what she's good at.
She's good at making a lot of noise. Well, it turns out this amendment did not even come close. House votes 422-6 to reject Marjorie Taylor Greene's bid to cut missile defense aid for Israel. The House of Representatives on Thursday rejected in a 422-6 vote a bid by Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene to block the $500 million in cooperative missile defense funding the U.S. provides annually to Israel, essentially as the Iron Dome. Greene's amendment sought to strip the funding provided annually under the terms of the U.S.-Israel Memorandum of Understanding. From the House's 2026 defense funding bill, Representative Ilhan Omar had introduced a similar amendment. So here were the 6 yes votes. So here are the 6 yes votes, graphic by Gen X Girl, of course, to vote for the for the cuts to Israel's defense. Al Green, Democrat. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republican. Summer Lee, Democrat. Ilhan Omar, Democrat. Thomas Massie, Republican, obviously, and obviously Democrat Rashida Tlaib. Quite the coalition there. Everyone else voted to fund the Iron Dome, including, of course, the Hall of Shame, as Gen X Girl says, AOC and Ro Khanna. Green argued on the House floor that the Israel funding is money we don't have and that Israel's very capable of defending themselves. referring repeatedly to the Jewish state as nuclear-armed Israel. That's another thing, if you didn't catch that. Green suggested that Israel's undeclared nuclear capabilities should deter any threats, even though that has not been the case in the past. Again, this is Jewish Insider, so forgive whatever bias there is here. Israel has long maintained a policy of nuclear ambiguity, neither confirming nor denying its possession of a nuclear arsenal. Where is what I need there? I can't find the Rappaport drop, so here, next best thing.
AOO.
There you go. The funding in question supports programs including Iron Dome, Arrow, and David Sling that are jointly developed by Israel and the United States. The systems, designed to intercept threats like missiles and drones, do not have offensive applications. Well, that is exactly the justification that AOC used for her no vote, which we're going to get to in just a second. Once again, Prem Thacker says last night Congress voted on a proposal to strike $500 million in weapons aid to Israel. The vote came after Israeli forces bombed Palestinian kids trying to get water and struck the only Catholic church in Gaza, and after settlers killed an American. These 6 reps voted for it. Everybody else was a no. Of course, to make a similar point that Marjorie Taylor Greene was making, we are having petitions and fundraising drives for early warning siren systems in places like Kerr County so that they can get, $70,000 flood alert systems put in the form of sirens, yet billions for Israeli defense. So here is AOC's justification for her vote, seemingly taken right off the pages of Jewish Insider magazine. Marjorie Taylor Greene's amendment does nothing to cut off offensive aid to Israel, nor end the flow of U.S. munitions being used in Gaza. Of course, I voted against it. What it does do is cut off defensive Iron Dome capabilities while allowing the actual bombs killing Palestinians to continue. I have long stated that I do not believe that adding to the death count of innocent victims to this war is constructive to its end. That is a simple and clear difference of opinion that has long been established. I remain focused on cutting the flow of U.S. munitions that are being used to perpetuate the genocide in Gaza. So are you suggesting that the Iron Dome is what's preventing Israel from because what you're saying is we have to keep Israel's defense intact because the more they're attacked, the more they're going to strike back in Gaza. Well, they've had the Iron Dome for these past 20 months, and look at Gaza.
Yeah.
Look at Gaza. So that argument is just fucking absurd. Christian Smalls, who's on the Freedom Flotilla right now, says, fuck the Iron Dome. How about that? Stand on business. Shake my head. Yes, there's very simple and well put. Chris Smalls. Glenn Greenwald says,
I've said it before. I'll say it again. Chris Smalls is the leader for our times.
That's right. Glenn Greenwald paraphrases, during past genocides, I never voted to send bombs. I only voted to pay for their air defense so nobody could attack back. Ms. Working Class forcing American workers to subsidize Israel when they have better health care and educational resources than her own American district. Israel Exposed points out that AOC admits in that post that they're committing a genocide. She admits it's genocide and still supports it. What a freak. Yeah, you can't give any money or aid to a state committing a genocide, obviously, as Aaron Mate points out. If you recognize that Israel's committing a genocide, why are you voting in favor of giving it $500 million for anything? Exactly. Zay Squirrel. There's no such thing as defensive military aid. When you give Israel the military infrastructure that ensures it can do its genocide and launch its wars against Lebanon, Yemen, Iran, Syria with full impunity, you are directly and intentionally funding and arming the genocide. Exactly. If they didn't have this defense shield, they would have to be better neighbors, right?
Right.
Because they would be vulnerable to attack. So that would deter them from going crazy the way they are now. And the best, obviously, Caitlin Johnson, returning champion, paraphrases AOC, I didn't give the mass shooter guns and ammunition. I just bought him a bulletproof vest so nobody could stop the massacre. Exactly.
Yeah.
When you give a marauding genocidal state a defense shield, that enables them to offensively attack people. including obviously tens of thousands of civilians. Now, so far, the names we've read off are pretty based accounts, you know, Caitlin Johnston, Zay Squirrel, Chris Smalls, but even BreadTube is not buying this. Kyle Kalinske, this is pathetic. Mike Figueiredo says this is indefensible. A country doing a literal genocide should get $0. So even they understand this. Now, you ask, why did she do this? She doesn't get AIPAC money. So, as Nick Cruz pointed out, the fact that she doesn't get AIPAC money means she's selling out, you know, for something else. It means she's just doing it for love of the game, as he put it. This started in 2021. So, as Omar Abbasyak says, she has been playing this game since 2021. This was when she changed her vote from no to present for a bill that included funding for Israel's Iron Dome. She is Brown Nancy Pelosi. So, yes, this was the moment. That broke her. So this was viral moment. AOC speaks to Pelosi before switching Iron Dome vote from no to present. So AOC voted against the Iron Dome in 2021. And then, as you'll see in this video, Nancy Pelosi pulls her aside and they have what seems to be a pretty contentious conversation. There's no audio captured in this, but there you see Nancy Pelosi gesticulating pretty manically.
These are the Israelis. They will kill your entire family.
Yeah, exactly. And you could see AOC there in the extreme left side of the frame. They're kind of talking back, getting into a little scuttle there, but ultimately Mama Bear had her way. And so, in my opinion, what happened here is really an extension of that moment. And Max Blumenthal points out AOC's career was launched by two Israeli venture capitalists, Joe Rabi and Cheni Reyushemi of Gauge Strategies. The origin story is left out of her bio, but suggests an Obama-esque trajectory toward national power. As with Obama, the signs of sellout were always there. So, yeah, I think whatever Pelosi told her obviously made an impact. I think that is a factor. I think this is perhaps a factor, obviously. I also think another factor is she probably intends to run for president in 2028, and she probably thinks that a vote like this might doom her, which I think is just extremely stupid. I think that is an extreme misread of the moments. Then again, I don't know for sure that's what's motivating her. We don't know what Nancy Pelosi told her when she pulled her aside. She could have told her something as simple as, listen, there's no future in this town if you don't vote for the Iron Dome. And she clearly internalized that, and she broke with fellow squad members on that. Tlaib, Omar, Summer Lee. This was a vote of no consequence. Obviously, they got 6 yes votes to 422 no votes. So AOC could have, as a gesture, voted yes and saved her this trouble. She obviously made the calculation that this trouble, that backlash from the base, pales in comparison to whatever trouble she'd have faced had she voted yes. And so what that trouble is, we don't know. But that initial Iron Dome vote, I think, looms large over this one. I think she has clearly been fully absorbed into the Washington system. And I think that was a clear starting point, at least in terms of Israel-Palestine, because she ran on Palestinian rights. She made Palestinian rights, not, I won't say a pillar of her original campaign, but she was not ambiguous about it in her first campaign. You go from there to, after 21 months of genocide, you vote for the fucking Iron Dome? It's a new low. It's a new low. And you say, well, how could you say it's a new low? She voted for the Iron Dome before. This is after 21 months of relentless horror. You would vote to give them money? Like, as Mate said, they're committing a genocide. They're a criminal state. They don't get a dime for anything in a moral universe. Right? Really pathetic. A new low.
We don't support the German offensive, but we have to protect the Germans.
Exactly. Right.
Of course. And that is the moment that I have long believed she was broken. She was never the same after that.
Yep.
Now, a lot of people say AOCIA. She was always a plant. I think the truth is probably somewhere in between. As Max points out there, she was funded by Zionist money from the beginning. That doesn't mean that you don't think you could take that money and play the game and outplay the players. And it seems to me that was the moment that she found out otherwise, that she was not going to outplay these players. And they broke her, man. You know, what you didn't see in that video, you know, she was seen crying later on the House floor. Whatever Pelosi said to her, she was never the same after that. Throughout this genocide, she's been pulling these kinds of stunts, as is kind of her stock in trade. She likes to have it both ways. She had an online roundtable really feeding into this myth that there's a wave of anti-Semitism that needs to be combated. Took her a very long time to use the G word. That's a pretty recent development.
Well, the guy chasing her through the movie theater is, I think, the guy who made her do that, right? I think he kind of forced her into it.
Yeah. So she's useless, and you really cannot trust her. You want to talk about a sheepdog? That's a sheepdog. She's the ultimate sheepdog. Like, that's the role that they decided she's going to play. However she started out, whether you believe she was always intended to be that or not, that's definitely what she is now. She goes out, she says things that are popular with leftists and progressives, and then just votes the way she's supposed to vote when time comes for voting. As you said, I mean, even symbolically, it wouldn't have done anything.
Wouldn't have done anything. Yeah.
That's when you got your mind right.
That's right.
Get your mind right, and I mean right.
All right, folks, a quick word from Dissident sponsor, friend of the show, John Coa. So here on Do Dissidents, we're all about building a vibrant community of engaged listeners who connect with authentic voices and independent thought. And speaking of authentic voices, we want to spotlight John Coa. He's a compelling solo musical artist who's not just a longtime listener, but a true part of the community. And he's got a 34-song collection, A to Z, which is getting its finishing touches right now. It's a massive undertaking, and a release strategy for this many songs is currently being devised, so its arrival is imminent. This project is a unique blend of originals and powerful covers that John has honed over the years on stage in LA, Tokyo, and other cities, performing live, usually with 2 or 3 other musicians. He plays and mixes the entire album himself, creating a distinct retro-modern sound that's entirely his own. You'll hear compelling interpretations of tracks like Jackson Brown's Doctor My Eyes, Ben Harper's Excuse Me Sir, and the Rolling Stones' Give Me Shelter, songs whose lyrics, it turns out, feel remarkably timely. So while A to Z prepares for its launch, make sure you've caught John Coa's 2 latest studio singles on all your favorite streaming platforms. He is on Apple and Spotify. He also has a YouTube channel, youtube.com/@JohnCoa. And you could find the links to all of his socials at dudissidents.com/Coa. So please do go and check that out. All right, what do we got over here? El Casador says, might be a fun segment to see which politicians are suspected of dating, marrying, and then get dumped by their 8-pack handlers when they lost power. Start with Kamala, Cash, and I'm sure there are many more. Yes. China Shill says, I wonder how that guy yelling, "We love you, President Trump," feels now post-Epstein. Yeah, exactly. Monkey Rotary says that shooter looks like Mitch. Furrows Queen says, come on, guys, you're low-key worse than this. Get a bit more pathetic. Jesus, try harder or less hard, whichever. Love you guys, though. Thank you. Goo81 says, just seen Superman. It was a great movie. Zios said it's anti-Semitic. I know those same Hasbara bots are mind-controlled monkeys typing in an alternate universe. Free Juan Por.
Yeah, I mean, it's really telling on yourself. Look, I didn't really, get into that in my out of the theater review. It was just a quick thing, and then we never really revisited it. Yeah, I mean, geographically, there is no such thing as a country full of Slavs right next door to a country full of clearly like Indian/brown people other than Israel.
Yeah.
So what else could it be a proxy for?
Yeah, my brother said it's clearly a metaphor. Yeah, he saw it last night. He called me about it. I'll have to see it. I got to see Eddington, too. I really want to see that. That looks great. That looks awesome. Did you see the trailer for that?
I saw a trailer for it. It's got mixed reviews.
Yeah, fuck the mixed reviews. That's because that's because they're stupid. No, that's Ari Aster. That's the guy who did Hereditary and
Yeah, I know.
Beau Was
I know.
Afraid.
And
Great
Midsommar.
cast. Yeah,
Yeah.
Midsommar. Yeah, looks great. Let's see. Brad Gilbert. The naive coincidence convenient theorist. There you go. Charles Garcia says, here's $10 for more pathetic segments. Don't spend it all on one segment. Thank you. Appreciate that. I still want that guy to come back and tell us which one was pathetic, because there's a few.
One?
There's a few.
Probably all of them.
Probably all of them. Marjorie Taylor Greene's own weapon stock. She has made bank from every war she complains about in public. Thank you, Eric Suarez. Appreciate that very much. All right, folks, we got one more segment on the evening, and then we're going to go over to Rumble for the Q&A. We'll finish up our Super Chats and Rumble rants after this last piece.
All right. I think Mike Huckabee is going through a lot of cognitive dissonance right now. He's starting to find out something that Tucker Carlson was pointing out, beginning really with his interview with Munther Isaac. They're not so crazy about Christians over in the land of Israel. Huckabee threatens to declare Israel does not welcome Christians as visa row blows open. U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, has threatened to publicly declare that Israel no longer welcomes Christian groups to Israel over what he said was Jerusalem's failure to approve tourist visas for evangelical missions. The threat was issued in a letter that Huckabee sent on Wednesday to Interior Minister Moshe Arbel, which was leaked to Hebrew media on Thursday. Arbel pushed back on the allegations in a response letter that was obtained by the Times of Israel. Huckabee, in his letter, threatened to order his embassy to take reciprocal measures against Israeli tourists seeking visas to enter the U.S. So he took a break from slurring all the Irish people as drunks to threaten to retaliate against Israel for not issuing visas to evangelicals. But it seems like maybe he's starting to realize, because he followed that up by visiting a Palestinian village where they had burned down a church. Take down the thing.
Oh yeah, my bad. There it is.
In Taba, settlers recently torched a cemetery outside the 5th century Green Church, while earlier in July they set fire to the village's St. George Church. During his visit to Taba, Huckabee said, quote, any desecration to a holy place, it doesn't matter whether it's a church, a mosque, or a synagogue, is an act of terror and a crime. There should be consequences, harsh consequences, because it is one of the last bastions of our civilization, the places where we worship. Huckabee added that he insisted that those who carry out acts of terror in Taba or anywhere be found and prosecuted and not merely reprimanded. Now, earlier last week, he also demanded that the Israelis do something about an American Palestinian who had been beaten to death by settlers. So, a reasonable person might start to conclude maybe we shouldn't be allies with these psychopathic assholes.
Yeah.
And if Huckabee starts to dig a little deeper, he might find out about a quaint custom. You've heard of the running of the bulls. They call it in Israel the spitting on the Christians. Only it's not once a year, it's every day. Christians in Jerusalem want Jews to stop spitting on them. This is from 2004. A few weeks ago, a senior Greek Orthodox clergyman in Israel attended a meeting at a government office in Jerusalem's Givat Shaul quarter. When he returned to his car, an elderly man wearing a skull cap came and knocked on the window. When the clergyman let the window down, the passerby spat in his face. All right, so that's 2004. They're not doing that anymore, right? Oh, this is from 2024. Rabbis take stand against spitting at Christians in Jerusalem's old city.
Maybe someone spit at Huckabee, not knowing he was Huckabee, and that's what gave him the hint.
That might be what's.
You know who the hell I am? Yeah.
That might be changing his mind. Yeah, no, they had to give out pamphlets. Quote, spitting and insulting others will not help us and may even harm global support for the Gaza war.
Wow.
The pamphlet warned. We wouldn't want that. Okay, so are these a couple of isolated incidents? Well, not really. I was easily able to compile quite a few such incidents. So here's a little video.
Little community here. We get spit on every day. Wearing a cross, you will get spit on in this neighborhood. You will get into fist fights. And
who's spitting? Who is spitting on you?
The Jews, of course, the Orthodox Jews. They are raised in their schools how to hate the Christians.
Und damit verabschieden wir uns aus Jerusalem.
That I know for the police that you were attacking me.
But you cannot do this.
Don't take a picture, take it down. You know, come on, this is not, you are touching me, you have no right to touch me, you have no right to spit on me. Hey, come on. Oh no, he spit on me, you know, he spit on me and he touched me. You know, because, you know, the police is always asking, then, you know, I need a picture of his face.
בוא תצלם אותי, השרמוטה, בוא, אל תיגע בי, אל תיגע בי, אתה תסתום את הפסק, שאני לא אפור אותך לפה, לגל שאתה שם אותי, תזהר ממני. כן. הכומר, זה לא יפסיק לי לכומר, ככומר אחי, כי הם נוצרים אחי, וזה מה שאני אעשה להם.
This is what they
fucking
Yeshu,
fucking Yeshu.
A nice place to live.
Come on. Wait. Come on, bro.
Slav. Look.
You're not Israeli.
Our allies, ladies and gentlemen, our allies. These are the people that we send billions and billions of dollars to. This is our greatest ally in the Middle East. Greatest ally. Now, is this just kind of extremists? Is this just the religious Orthodox? Well, here's Ben-Gvir, high-ranking member of the government, explaining that this is an old Jewish tradition. He's the security minister.
לביטחון לאומי איתמר בן גביר עוד לא הגיב על
He did
האירוע הזה.
not mention this event spitting on the Christians. His statement here. We want to understand now why. First, there is an ancient Jewish tradition. When we, the Jews, pass by a monastery or a priest, we spit. We can agree or disagree, but when we spit on the priest or the church, I do not think this expresses any violation. Must we practice, so the interviewer asked, must we practice every ancient Jewish tradition you tell me? No, this is not the topic. The issue is, why do we turn this into a criminal issue, right? A criminal matter. Okay. So in other words, he's saying it shouldn't be against the law to spit on priests and Christians generally. Now, I could tell you they must have left that out of my Hebrew school teaching. I've never.
Now, I was just about to say it. Yeah,
I'm
never
far
heard
from
of
a
scholar.
Yeah, I have never heard of such a custom. And you know how I could prove right away that this is not true? Between 70 AD and 1948 AD, Jews lived almost exclusively in lands that were predominantly Christian or Muslim. I don't think they would have lasted long in those lands walking around spitting on all of the Christians. So, yeah, I think when he says old Jewish custom, what he means is old psychopathic Israeli custom.
Right.
But the point remains, why the fuck are Christian Zionists a thing? Why are they a thing? This is a sick, supremacist, apartheid society. Of course they hate you too. What do you think? It's just the Muslims they hate? They think that they are the chosen people with a literally God-given right to commit a genocide. You think they carve out an exception for you?
Right.
They're using you. They're using you. They don't like Christians. They believe that Jesus misled you into a false religion. You understand that, right?
Right.
He's a fake Messiah. That's what
Right.
they think your God is.
Right.
You get that, right? So why would you support the state of Israel if that's what they believe about your religion? You know, it's kind of personal. It's not like Buddhism, which doesn't come off the same branch, right?
We'll have to invite Huckabee on the show to talk about this.
Maybe it'll come on.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll come on. So not only that, just this week, faith leaders condemn Israeli strike on Gaza's only Catholic church. Israeli shelling killed 3, wounded 10 at Gaza's Holy Family Catholic Church. Top Christian leaders visited the site, offering aid and solidarity. Israel called the strike accidental. Global pressure for a ceasefire grows. Now, this is the first church, because it was the only Catholic church in Gaza, to really make news, and because the Pope called it out. But there were 3 Christian churches in Gaza at the start of the war. All 3 of them have been bombed. Now they got the trifecta with the Catholic Church. But before that, they bombed the 3rd oldest Christian church in the world, the Church of St. Porphyrius. Sorry for that pronunciation. I did my best. And they make the point, rightly, you know, we've been propagandized to believe it's the Muslims that are the intolerant ones. And if you know the Muslim religion, they consider Jews and Christians people of the book, right? That we're all part of the same kind of theological system. And traditionally, they have allowed Christians and Jews to live within Muslim lands. Iran, as we pointed out in our Iran coverage, has the 2nd largest population of Jews in the Middle East. They have a Jew in parliament. How could that be if they are what we have been told they are? It would be impossible, wouldn't it? On the left, they point out 1,000 years of Muslim rule. Nothing happened to this church. Right? It was there from 450 AD. That's how old this church is. 75 years of Zionist rule gets bombed.
Wow.
Right? The Muslims didn't bomb it. I thought they were the intolerant ones.
1,600 years.
Yep.
They blow it up.
Yep. How could you? How could you? And of course, this was part of their genocidal campaign against hospitals. This is Sarah Wilkinson. On Palm Sunday and the beginning of the Holy Week, the Israelis bombed the Baptist church in Gaza City. They have an Anglican-run Christian hospital. It was the only Christian hospital in Gaza. That was probably the target. But so they've bombed every Christian church in Gaza. So again, how could you be a Christian Zionist? How can you be? And it's not just in Gaza. This is from Dave DeCamp. A picture from last year of the St. George Melkite Catholic Church in southern Lebanon that was destroyed by an Israeli airstrike. They're doing this everywhere. They're doing this all throughout their region. So reportedly, Pope Leo, as soon as he heard what happened, his exact words were, "Get me pizza balla."
Get me pizza balla.
This morning, Cardinal Pier Battista Pizzaballa, the People's Pope, Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, and Greek Orthodox Patriarch Theophilus III, entered Gaza to visit the community sheltering at Holy Family Church, as well as the wounded still shaken after Thursday's military strikes that killed 3 and injured at least 10. So let's look at a little bit of that video.
There's the man there. I'd have converted if they made him Pope. Catholics,
Yeah,
he blew it.
We were good. We were ready.
Could have had a bad bitch.
We would have joined J.D. Vance, Michael Knowles, Matt Walsh. So here he is visiting with one of the people wounded in the Israeli strike. Now, this church was particularly dear to Pope Francis. He used to call them every day. There's a lot of very endearing video of that that's been making the rounds. Here he is praying the rosary. So you know, the Israelis are batting 1,000 with the Catholics between the ambassador to Israel insulting all the Irish and then bombing the Catholic Church the same week. And Cardinal Pizzaballa indicating he doesn't think it was an accident. Quote, what we know for sure is that a tank, the IDF says by mistake, but we are not sure about this. They hit the church directly, the Church of the Holy Family, the Latin Church. So you can see on the left before the bombing and then on the right afterwards.
It was an accident. They didn't see the giant cross.
They didn't see the giant cross on top. And according to the reports, there's nothing of strategic value around it. There were about 450 Palestinians sheltering inside. That's what they're probably after.
None of these bombings have strategic value. We talked to, okay, so we thought, sorry, a little bit of a tangent here. I'll be very quick. We talked to Feroz Sidwa. He did not treat a single Hamas combatant in his entire time in Gaza. Of all the peers he spoke to, only one person treated one combatant. What does that mean? Notice when you see people being rolled into hospitals on gurneys and in stretchers, you never see combatants being wheeled into these hospitals.
No,
but that's because the combatants
they're never
are
in
engaging.
fatigues. They never have ammunition.
Right. What does that tell you? That tells you there's no strategic value to these bombings. The combatants are engaging with the IDF in combat, gunfire combat, and they're often killed with guns. And then the bombings, the victims of these bombings, as you see in all these videos, overwhelmingly women and children and sometimes older men. So there's no strategic value to any of this beyond the mission, which is a war of elimination against Gaza. That's what it is, including the Christians. Yes.
So this was something Pizzaballa said back in May. I keep being told I need to be neutral. Come with me to Gaza. Speak to my people who lost everything, and then tell me I have to be neutral. It doesn't work. Based. I like this guy. You know, they say when you start losing Michael Knowles, you're in trouble with your psychopathic Zionist project. So there's a little bit of what Michael Knowles said, basically putting Israel on notice that they're getting so sick, they're losing him.
Can anyone tell me that when the hostages are released? Well, then focus on getting the hostages released. Well, no, when Hamas...
Go back a little bit.
...needs to come to an end. How long is the war going to go on? I know what the answer is. The answer is, well, until the hostages come home. Okay, well, how about we redouble our efforts to get the hostages home, if that's the impediment to peace? Because it seems like there have been a lot of side quests and side missions going in, the Iran nuclear facilities, maybe potentially regime change in Iran, occupying southern Syria. It seems like there have been a lot of distractions. The war has been going on for almost 2 years. When's it going to end? Just what's the end of it? Can anyone tell me that? When the hostages are released? Well, then focus on getting the hostages released. Well, no, when Hamas is totally destroyed. Okay, well, when's that going to be? When Iran is no longer funding terrorism. When's that going to be? When Syria is made safe for democracy. When? Give me an answer. Because the war cannot just go on indefinitely. A just war cannot just go on indefinitely. And when you start striking churches, accidentally or otherwise, when you start interfering with American interests, not allowing in the reporting about Ambassador Huckabee, when you start interfering with American groups going to the state of Israel, now we got a problem. And America is the only friend that Israel has on planet Earth. So I don't know. I do not get what the Israeli government is doing here, but I suspect there will be political consequences for it, as there should be.
Well, I suspect you're wrong about that, because here's what Carolyn Levitt said when asked about it.
Good afternoon, Carolyn. In Gaza today, Holy Family Catholic Church was struck by an Israeli shell.
Yes.
3 people were killed, 10 wounded. What is the president's reaction to that church coming under fire?
It was not a positive reaction. He called Prime Minister Netanyahu this morning to address the strikes on that church in Gaza, and I understand the Prime Minister agreed to put out a statement. It was a mistake by the Israelis to hit that Catholic church. That's what the Prime Minister relayed to the President, and you should look at the Prime Minister's statement that will be coming out.
Okay, and somebody else who's prepared to continue to prop up the regime, Joel Berry, the managing editor of Babylon Bee. This won't be easy for people to hear, but there are only about 200 professed Catholics still living in Gaza, and they all support Hamas. Zionism Observer, quote, "The Catholics are Hamas is not something I expected." But
I would expect that in the Babylon Bee as a satire headline.
As a satire. No. Apparently he went on like a 3-day rant about the world holding Israel accountable for bombing this Catholic church. Wow. And then finally his ace card was their Hamas.
Yeah, right.
The Catholic Church is Hamas, apparently, in Gaza. But yeah, this is the thing. The Israelis are such disgusting fucking pigs that even their staunchest allies are forced eventually to realize who they're dealing with. Even Huckabee, it seems, is starting to realize in the course of his duties who he's dealing with. Munther Isaac warned people who they were dealing with very early in the conflict. And there's a little bit of what he said in his Christmas sermon this past year.
Appalled by what is happening in Gaza. If you are not shaken to your core, there is something wrong with your humanity. And if we as Christians are not outraged by the genocide, by the weaponization of the Bible to justify it, there is something wrong with our Christian witness, and we are compromising the credibility of our gospel message. If you fail to call this a genocide, it is on you. It is a sin and a darkness you willingly embrace. Some have not even called for a ceasefire. I'm talking about churches. I feel sorry for you. We will be okay. Despite the immense blow we have endured, we the Palestinians will recover. We will rise. We will stand up again from the midst of destruction, as we have always done as Palestinians. But for those who are complicit, I feel sorry for you. Will you ever recover from this? Your charity and your words of shock after the genocide won't make a difference. Words of regret won't suffice for you. And let me say it, we will not accept your apology after the genocide.
Yeah. That was 2023, actually. That was the Christmas before this.
That was, yeah? Because it's dated 2024.
Oh, no, I think it was 20. I'm pretty sure that was 2023. And we covered both of his sermons. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe if that was dated 2024 was. I thought that was the year earlier, though.
I mean, I know what you're talking about. I was looking at that one, too. I think that's a different sermon.
Okay, could be a different one.
But, yeah, hey, on a humanitarian level, as he's pointing out there, as a Christian, how can you support Israel? How can Mike Huckabee support Israel? Now, finally, it seems like some of the Christian supporters, like Michael Knowles, are finally waking up to the fact that it's not just those brown Muslims that they hate. They actually hate you too. And that may start to wake some of them up. It may start to change minds. It seems like the bombing of this church, it seems like another sea change in opinion, another ratcheting up of the tension in regards to the contradiction of us claiming to be this, moral defender of people's rights while funding what is clearly, by any definition of the word, a genocide. That contradiction is becoming harder and harder for people to avoid. And yeah, is it disgusting that with certain people, they don't care as long as it's directed at Muslims? But as they start to see it directed at Christians, as they start to see it affecting them, all of a sudden they start to realize that the Israeli state is psychopathic. Yeah, it shouldn't take that, but we'll take whatever we can take to rescue what's left of the Palestinian people after almost 2 years of relentless ethnic cleansing and genocidal campaign. But it seems like this is another level. It seems like this lost them a lot of what remaining support they had. And the longer this goes on, the more that's going to continue. Like, how much bloodshed of the innocent can continue to go on in broad daylight before just only the most financially compromised people, which unfortunately constitutes most of our government, will continue to support this. Normal fucking people are just not going to continue to support this.
Well, it's a death cult. I mean, that's what this exposes. They don't respect human life. They don't. And they display that contempt for human life in their treatment of the Palestinians, of course, in the of Muslims. Also, they display that contempt for human life in their treatment towards Palestinian Christians. They also portray, excuse me, they also signal that contempt for human life through their clear indifference to their own hostages. Right? I mean, that's the other thing. Michael Knowles is saying, well, okay, we need the hostages back to end the war. Let's get the hostages back because it seems like there are a lot of side quests. No, Putz, those aren't side quests. That's the mission. That's the mission. The hostages being held there are what they are using to justify this greater Israel expansion. Right. So they clearly have a contempt for their own people. This is why I say they are a death cult. They are a death cult. They clearly don't have any real feeling for their own hostages. They've been offered their hostages back, 7, 8 times? How many ceasefire deals were on the table that would have gotten a full hostage exchange? They don't want it. They'd rather fight. They'd rather kill. That's a death cult. That is an ideology that hates its own people. They hate themselves, when it comes to getting their own people out of harm's way. That's why they have a Hannibal directive. Again, they have a Hannibal directive because they'd sooner kill people who are taken hostage so that the people taking the hostage don't have any sort of negotiating power over them. What does that tell you? It just shows you a broad-based contempt
on October 7th.
Exactly. It shows you a broad-based contempt for life of all kinds. And yeah, I mean, there's only so much mileage you can get out of that. $1 Million Trooper. Seriously, though, which Democrat strategist has a worse speech impediment, Elmer Fudd or James Carville? Yeah, I thought of Carville today. We were doing one prep piece, but I forget which one it was. I would have to say Elmer Fudd. Carville's voice is fun. I don't know what happened with the assassination attempt, but I'm sure the solution is located back into the left of what was happening. Thank you. Damon Wolf says, if AOC was ever on the right side of an issue, she wouldn't have to defend herself so loudly online. But honestly, she could be bought by Pelosi. Of course, she could be bought by AIPAC. Thank you. Kemen G says, I wish people weren't analyzing that assassination attempt video. Pardon me. I took my mistress to that rally, and now everyone knows. I've been back into the left. Yeah, good one. $1 Million Trooper, as odious as Israel's foreign policy may be, I give them credit for maintaining nuclear ambiguity, since Biden and Pelosi failed to maintain our strategic ambiguity regarding recognition of Taiwan. Vulture says, hey, guys, was going to call in tonight, but didn't get the email. Which platform are you subscribed to? You just let us know, and we can try and fix that for you. But it could be an issue with the platform. But sorry about that, Vulture. Let us know what membership service you use: Patreon, Substack, or Locals. By the way, Taiba is my Palestinian hometown. Oh, interesting. Not sure if the family home that stood there since way before the USA was a state or our olive tree farm is still existing. Town is known for Taiba beer. Oh, wow. That's wild. Well, thank you for letting us know that. Appreciate that, and hopefully it is still standing. Also, Israeli was arrested for shooting at another Jewish Israeli because he thought she was Christian in 2024 in Israel. Wow. I am the Owl. On account of his neoliberal East Coast elitist pizza opinions, once Pizza Hut buys out DD, I want Russell replaced by Jeremy from the Quartering. Thank you, I am the Owl. Yes.
Yo, man, that St. Louis shit sounds rough.
Yeah. Furrow Screen says, why am I paying $5 a month for this patheticness? I've said before I would happily pay more. Also, I am the Owl. I also think Pizza Hut is delicious, especially the deep pan farmhouse. Interesting. All right. Goo81 says, Sharmota, which that Jewish kid called the priest, means I am sorry, whore. And it was spoken in Arabic because he assumed that Western priest is Palestinian. Interesting. Oy vey, says Furrow Squeen. If you can't give a Catholic the old Hawk Tua, who can you? Good one. Israel one time bombed and took off the doors of the Church of Nativity in the Second Intifada. And remember, 23, they bombed Bethlehem on Christmas Day, just to say F you Christians. Yes, I do remember that in 23. Thank you for that. Jake, can you do me a favor and just clear out those Rumble rants? Just hit the trash icon next to them so that we have a clean slate going into the Q&A. Q&A starts in just a few minutes, folks. I'm just going to finish the rest of these super chats over here on the YouTube side, but you can head over there now, dudissidents.com/Rumble. Chad Bartel says, AOC trying to convince us that Israel won't use money for whatever they want. Is there... Oops, what happened? Come on. Sorry, the YouTube studio froze. I will get that one back. 1 second. Please bear with me. There we go. Chad Bartel says, AOC is trying to convince us that Israel won't use money for whatever they want. Is there a difference between safety missiles and genocide missiles? Yeah. Well, I mean, the missile defense shield is what she's talking about. She's talking about they're not actually getting missiles, but that defense is what gives you the impunity necessary to commit these offensive wars and genocides. Bull Bear, thanks for the $10. This beautiful sawbuck was only made possible through capitalism. I apologize for the filthy socialist idealism that only allows you to keep half. Thank you, Bull Bear. Appreciate that very much. David Santucci, thanks for the $20. Weren't the Crusades started because of Christian pilgrims being prevented from going to the Holy Land? Thank you, David. All right, that is our show. We are going to head over to Rumble for the post-show Q&A. Thank you very much for being here. Before we go to Rumble, I do want to get in a quick plug because we were going to plug this on Tuesday, but the show is in the afternoon. So our friend RB Ham, who calls into the show a lot, he has his own show called RB Ham Beyond the Pale. Our friend Jimmy Dore is going to be a guest on his show at Tuesday, 1 p.m. Eastern. So that is going to be really cool. Shout out to Jimmy for going on. That's going to be fun. And his channel is on Rumble only. So you're going to get to see Jimmy without the YouTube censorship hanging over his head. So that will be fun. So go to RB Ham Beyond the Pale. Just look up RB Ham on Rumble, and you'll find him. And tune in 1 p.m. I'm assuming it's about an hour-long show, which means you can watch us at 2 p.m. right after that's done. So make sure you head over there. and do that. That is an exciting break for RB. So that's great. Happy for you. DoDissidents.com/Rumble takes you to this live stream. We're going to take a 5-minute break for Russ's intermission, and then we will see you on the other side for calls. Patrons, paid Substackers, paid Locals members have call-in access. Everybody else is welcome to hang out and watch along and chat along in the after party. DoDissidents.com/Rumble. We'll see you there in 5 minutes. If we don't see you for the Q&A, we'll see you Tuesday afternoon at 2 p.m. Eastern. Until then, thanks very much for hanging out with us tonight. Appreciate you all. As always, be safe and be well.
Courage!
Please clap.